to talking with famous people, and a man who's decided to do a little bit of live streaming tonight. Hopefully, not nearly as much as last night, but some. In part because I was having some thinks about cognitive functions earlier. I don't exactly remember what I was thinking, what I wanted to talk about specifically, but maybe it'll come back to me. It's interesting how much succinctness is implicit to high up introverted intuition. Succinctness is the positive framing of not producing more verbiage than necessary. But the negative framing of that would be not being able to come up with any other ideas. It's also interesting the way that extroverted intuition, when it's low but front stack, comes up with more ideas, but they're not very divergent from the first one. Whereas NI, whereas any backstack is less likely to generate more ideas, but if they do generate other ideas, they're more likely to be distinct, probably than any low. Talk about like any 5-6. Hello. What does it mean to be a strong or weak person? That's a great question, Rain. Let me think about it. I can has thinks about cognitive functions, right? Winston's mom, hello. Dulles, hello. Rain, hello. What does it mean to be a strong or weak person? Well, I mean, it's, I guess it depends on who's using the term. If I'm talking about somebody being a weak person, I'm probably talking about them being push aroundable, or there being evidence that I've seen of them being pushed around. Like, you know, Obama was a weak president because he got pushed around a lot by the opposition, didn't know what to deal, how to be, how to go to war in the trenches, so to speak. That's how I tend to use it. But other people might use it. Another common usage of it is to say somebody's weak when they don't have very good self control or self discipline. They're trying to abstain from something and can't. Those kind of things. But some people might mean physically weak, like you can't lift very much weight. You're a weak person. I am on phone and so am lurking. Good job. Good job being on your phone. Good job lurking. Next, we're gonna evolve from lurking into twerking. I'm twerking. Yes, I am. I'm twerking, and my name is Sam. Look at me twerk. You could conceivably talk about people with um, either like fragile self concept is weak, like their sense of who they are is makes them a weak person is that they're weakly any given person because they're not grounded in some core self or something. You think of it like that. Somebody who gives in a lot to other people saying, come on, come on. You could describe that as weak. I don't know what would be like. Is there a correct way to use the term? Not really. It's nice when people articulate specifically which kind of usage they're indicating or trying to do. But people generally don't indicate that with stuff like that. It's much easier to articulate what makes an argument weak and be able to defend such a claim that an argument is weak than it is a person. Because, despite the verb to be constantly lying all the time, people aren't labels that we place on them. It, I'm a man is, well, it's part of my identity is that I'm male. I'm a father, that's part of my identity. I'm semi-retired. My vocation was debate coach. I could conceivably still do that work, no problem, I got a lot of things that are part of how I describe myself. But that's not really, they're not really who I am, per se. Let's see, I think some usages arise from a deeper insight compared to others, though. Well, that may be the case, but do you have an opinion about which ones have more validity? Which the usages are better? I'm a keep it real, 2214. You're gonna keep it real in 189 years. That's too long from now. You got to keep it real now, brother. 2026 is the year I've been feeling myself all day. You know what? I've been feeling pretty good about 2026 as well. No, not last I checked, which was this morning or middle of the day today. I don't think that person really wants to know what type they are because I think they might be married to certain possibilities and they maybe got cold feet because, I'm gonna tell them I'm gonna do the best job I can to be correct. I'll tell them what they want to hear, Rachel is kind of mad at this television show she's watching called I Love LA because she thinks they kind of rushed through the ending. They need to do a couple more episodes to complete all the story spots. That's a very NI response to something, I think. To be bothered by its incompleteness as a whole thing, as an entity. Because look at a work of art, like say a show that comprises an arc of episodes, is basically like an entity that you get to know. You either briefly meet them and go, "Ew, I don't want that. Watch that," or something else. But it's like an entity that you get to know, and she had expectations that it would like finish all these storylines. I guess we kind of didn't finish or develop characters that it didn't develop. Okay, where is the chat? Is it not even up? I don't even have it on the big screen. That's why I can't see it. I'll be able to read your comments, chats a lot better in a second. So if you were worrying your pretty little head about that, I think it may boil down to fully owning everything you do. I mean, that's a very TI frame of reference, because for some of us, like me, for example, my relentlessly, like, harsh, hard ass judge, strict judgment of myself is probably not particularly healthy. You know, I it ends up turning from you know being forthright with myself and owning responsibility for things that I have done into self-loathing because I've got 50 years of memories to be accountable for acts completed by people who were not as sophisticated and moral aging as I am now, but I'm judging them under my current frame of reference. So I don't know if that's actually a good thing to be strong then. And we're assuming that strong probably is a good thing. It's got a good connotation. I've been feeling myself today as well. I've been working on that. I worked on that song that, well, it was called Snake Jazz with Chords, but I can't remember the chorus for it too. I'm not gonna sing it. I'm just gonna play the chords all the way through, just verse and chorus one. I practiced it a bunch today, so I should be able to do it. I think my answer is NIFE coded here. I think when people intuitively pick up that somebody is hiding something of themselves, whether physical, whether the thing is physical or internally, sense weakness. I mean, I find that there are some people who are quite guarded, but I don't necessarily see it as weakness so much as being cautious. I'd say Rachel's quite cautious. I see it as just kind of a strength of hers. But I don't know. I get what you're saying. If somebody's putting on airs or affectations or displaying a prioritization of something that's not relevant or something. That's why naked people are so powerful. Right. Anyway, it's got some it's got some meows up there to show where the words go with the melody there. Meow 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 meow. Mia, the meow, meow. So when I do go to write words, um, then I will I will know how many syllables to have to put. I'm doing great. How are you, Chris Chapin? Long time no see. Nice to see you. Hello, uh, Caro Edits. Caro Edits. Hello, Caro Edits. It's probably difficult to maintain eye contact with a naked person on the street. I would, I think I'd probably be pretty successful with that. I'd be like, okay, I'm just not gonna look at their nudity. I'm just gonna pretend this is nothing unusual is going on here. For some reason, they've chosen to be naked out in public, but I don't know what it is. Maybe they've got some good reason, like they have a fatal clothing allergy. That's very possible. What color are you going to pick, blue or gray? We're heading for a civil war. I don't think we're heading for a civil war. Yeah, but I got some sad news about this dapper coat. I spilled my bong on this dapper coat earlier. So I probably smell like bong water right now. I'm just probably accustomed to it, so I don't smell it currently myself. In the 2020s, the color pairing for Civil Wars is pink and teal, or one or the other. Like one side will be pink and teal, and the other side will be teal and pink. I don't want the smoke. Guarding is different to hiding for sure. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm generally one to think if somebody's very secretive, they probably got a lot of secrets. And if they got a lot of secrets, it's probably not good stuff. Some of it might be neutral stuff, like, you know, they're a furry in the bedroom or something. That's neutral, but it's understandable why people want to keep that secret or private. I guess I'm agreeing there. You talked about push aroundable. Where does that sense of somebody being push aroundable and another person not push aroundable come from? Well, I mean, if you look at Obama, you could criticize him for being push aroundable in the sense that he he underwent a firestorm of criticism and withdrew from it rather than confronting it and winning it. Um, and tried to always get results by a compromise rather than being correct. In contrast, you got Trump is not push aroundable at all because he doesn't he's like oblivious to what other people think at all, except when they don't think good things about him, in which case he shit talks them. He's ridiculously, absurdly, catastrophically, badly not push aroundable. Everybody should be a little bit responsive to pushback, right? They're both bad presidents, but you can only really critique Obama for being push aroundable. If I were a furry, would I keep it secret? Probably, but I mean, it's like I don't even know if I really believe that exists. I know that people say it does, but like people get off on dressing up as like furry characters or something. It seems really strange. I'm not sure I believe in it. Do you think Obama is better than Orange Man? Um, well, I don't think as of yet Trump has done as much damage as the Affordable Care Act in and of itself did. So I would say currently, if you're just measuring impacts, I think Obama's worse. But Trump's not done yet. Okay, Trump is not over, and that fucking guy, who knows what the fuck he's gonna do? Nobody, except for him, and he only knows it when he does it, I think. It's definitely so real. Oh, well, maybe. I mean, it seems like some people are really into sex in general. And lots of sex stuff. Uh, it's just never been that much of a fixation for me, I guess. Like maybe like when I whacked out on meth and fapping for long stretches of time that would qualify, but even that it didn't. It was just a little bit of a phase, and I kind of stopped doing that so much. Did other things, twuck out on other things. I think the past tense of tweak should be twuck. Furry culture is bigger than sex, I'll say. But why do they want to dress up as furry creatures? It's not. It's not a easy flowing garment to wear. It's going to be less comfortable than pretty much anything else you could wear. What animal would host Eric's furry character be? I'm gonna say an otter. I like otters. Eric, can I get you with an old school YouTube joke? Maybe. Let's find out. Persona quiz. An interesting phenomenon. What's an interesting phenomenon? Furries are. Yes. Eric would be a giraffe eating all the incorrect words off the top of trees. No sound. There clearly is sound. No, there is sound. I know there is sound because I've been talking a long time and nobody said there's no sound yet. What am I supposed to say? What? Am I muted? He's doing an old school YouTube joke, he says. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. He gave me the knock knock, but I don't know what who's there is. I heard a knock knock joke the other day with something like this. Knock knock. Who's there? Eric, please don't forget me. Knock knock. Who's there? Eric, please don't forget me. Knock knock. Who's there? I told you not to forget me. I thought that's not a very good knock knock joke. I know a lady with a wolf suit, complete with articulating jaw. I mean, it's innovation and weirdos. Well, yeah, like apparently Johnny Depp likes to cosplay characters he's acted as in movies, like Edward Scissorhands and that pirate guy. Jaws would have a panda persona. Oh, a persona is as your persona of a furry. I see. I didn't get that at first. Not my thing, but it's cute as long as you don't look too deep into stuff like yiffing. I won't look into it. I'll just refrain from Googling that term. In the olden days, like we say jingle now to refer to the sound of bells, like Christmas sounding bells on horses and stuff. They used to use the term dingle instead, or as well. Like jingle dingle would be their way of saying jingle, like we say now. Anyway, there's this murky little pond in New England somewhere, and purportedly back in the day, like in the 1700s or 1800s, they heard the sound of ghostly bells from this hole, and so they named it the very spooky name, the Dingle Hole. But now, of course, when you hear that it's called the Dingle Hole, it doesn't sound spooky at all. Hi there, Lady Sky, PY 6KM. So funny to think Johnny Depp is in love with his character portrayals. Right? It makes sense if he's like an ENFP or something. Maybe INFP. Even I don't know if he is. I don't know what type he is, but if he had FI and SI, could see him being very attached to characters he's personas he's taken on, characters he's played. And it probably, if you don't have FE, it helps you feel less self-conscious about being dorky like that. I think equating furries with yiffing is like equating anime with hentai. Yes, that is a second example of the same analogy. Well, guy, you are correct. Isn't that wonderful? You've achieved the status of correct. Fly Guy's a furry and it's totally fine. Sounds like the beginning of a rap. Fly Guy's a furry and it's totally fine. Yeah, it's totally fine. Yeah, it's totally fine. I said the Fly Guy's a furry and it's totally fine. A fine furry friend. Fly Guy's a furry and it's totally fine. Totally fine. Totally fine. This is the Fly Guy's a furry and it's totally fine. A totally fine furry friend. We agree with you, Eric. That is a good rap. Well, thanks for agreeing with me, everybody. Hi, Rachel. My precious Wonder Pants. Yeah, I probably heard it from Rachel. Hi, Eric. Do you think that with enough effort, any cognitive function anywhere in your stack can be mastered? No. I'm glad you asked that question because I was thinking about that earlier. That was actually what the Thinkz was that I was going to talk about, was the reality that it doesn't matter even if you are fully aware of your deficits and the harms that ensue from them and are actively preventing those harms potentially, you're still not using that cognitive function to do so. And you still reflexively, it won't occur to you to use it in that way. But even if it does, to use that function, even if it does occur to you, it won't be of any use because it doesn't fit in with any of your other shit that you've got going on in your understanding of self and the world, right? Like, um, it doesn't matter how well I understand intellectually FI, um, even having a way to actively activate something that's very unconscious by saying, well, let me put myself in the other person's shoes. Let me pay attention to what's important to me the best I can by thinking about its value if I were to lose it. I can do some rough heuristic kind of shit to make myself FI. The 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 information I glean from that process isn't actually useful. I should never act upon it. And it doesn't mean I can't learn lessons from having failed in that area before and avoid those kind of failures again. But that's a different thing than getting better at the function. Good evening, Simple Girl. Wonderful to see you. Happy times are here for all. Well, there is brain plasticity, but there's attention is spent in time. So even if you were to somehow force yourself to pay attention in a non-conscious function for some stretch of extended period of time, it wouldn't be a good thing because it's better to be meh or meh and not somewhat meh, but some of the time more often doing meh. It's like it's not a good idea to train yourself that sometimes you use your non-dominant hand because it's more efficient and effective and natural for everybody to simply use the dominant hand for most things that require that kind of thing and to use the offhand for support. If if you were going to try to train the offhand, why? The best you could do is get it as good as your dominant hand and then create moments of like, which hand do I use? Confusion that causes you to be less efficient moving through the world. Hands are supposed to be one dominant, one supportive, not equal. It wouldn't be better if they were more equal. Same thing with attentional manners. You've got, let's say, as an FI user, Octavia Silva, you could train yourself to somehow use TI to objectively evaluate people's words instead of comparing things against your interests. Well, that means less of your attention would be paid on something that actually matters to you, namely FI. So you'd be forcing yourself into being something that you're not for purposes that are unclear because it's not going to help you anyway. It's not better to be balanced, it's better to be configured to specification. Let's see here. How can I get 25 and under women to understand on Reddit that I don't mess around. I stand on business when I talk entertainment. Oh yeah, Rich isn't mad at people on Reddit apparently. It's the worst thing when you make an analogy in an argument and the response is, well, that's different because of X, without saying anything about why X breaks down the mechanism you're arguing. Right. Yeah, well, people are in general non-responsiveness or not actually saying something to what responsive to what you actually said is always infuriating. The problem with the idea of, well, they're all just like any other skill, you can get better at them, is that they don't have that kind of relationship with a thing. It's not better to evaluate something with a determination function that's both objective and then also do an evaluation on subjectivity because those things are very much might come into conflict with each other. And then you have to select one over the other. And it's only natural to always select the one that's your absolute value because it actually matters to you. If there was no difference, it would be the same thing. That's why we have comparisons. You make a good point there. Hello, Triple AZZ. I'm doing fine, except I need to find the keyboard so I can make the chat bigger so I can see it better. There's the keyboard. Okay. That's better. I've significantly better TI than when you first tested me, and I found it enriching to flex that muscle, so to speak. I think any is harder to train than TI. Well, I mean, you're a deliberator, and your eighth law function isn't terrible, no matter who you are. The other thing is TI is unusually trainable in its testable applications, right? Like you can practice and get better at syllogistic reasoning questions and stuff like that more than you can practice and get better at other equivalent tests. But when it comes to actually moving through the world rather than simply performing well better on tests, you still have the same fundamental problem that I'm talking about. Your FI is the proper determination function for you to use for things because that's an absolute value that actually matters to you. And it doesn't really matter to you ultimately if things are TI consistent, except insofar as you need them to be consistent with your FI. Was I ever a lawyer? No, I never was a lawyer. I've been a debate coach for many years. I was, and I was a classroom English teacher before that. Do I have more male or female past lives? I think a little bit more female, but I have some male past lives too. Like in one of my past lives, this guy named Bruce who died of cholera. No, I have not much more to tell about that life. It was pretty dull. Got to work with people you don't like to get a goal done. That's true. I say the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Well, they're working towards the same goal anyway. Technically, an engine could run on methane and farts. However, individual flatulence has extremely low energy density, requiring massive collection and processing. Well, let's start working on that technology right now. I want to walk around all the time with a tube coming out of my butt collecting farts. Have you watched Pluribus? No, I haven't. What platform was it on again? They're using a no true Scotsman fallacy. Some of them will be trolling you, and some will try to put you on the defensive. Try flipping the script on them, ask them why they're projecting. Well, sometimes we're we're kind of destined to fight hopeless battles. Like, despite knowing better, I still find myself sometimes arguing with people about cognitive functions and such. I was a Mesopotamian farmer once under Hammurabi, but my neighbor salted my fields, so they confiscated my wife and kids because they thought under one of his laws that I must have been keeping crops to myself since my neighbor's yield was just fine. Wow, that obviously is really stuck in your craw. You remember it to this day. My Fertile Crescent days were just a haze of trips down to the river to gather a jug of water. I died of dysentery. Someone said yes, and someone said no, so I decided to be in the middle. What's what's my position on Enneagram? Hey, Eric, Enneagram opinion about it? I think it's fine. I just don't think it. I think that people say things like, "Ah, that's what sevens are like." They're like, "Meh, meh, 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 meh." When really all Enneagram tells us is what's their reflexive response to fear, anger, and shame. I don't think it functions as an explanation for behavior other than that. Like, for example, let's say somebody's fighting hard in favor of vagueness, as happened last night in the stream. We can explain that as a cognitive function thing, a relationship with uh, abstract maps that's contraindicative of TI and indicative possibly as well of S over N. It's not definitive, but it if in fact that's correct, then it does explain what we saw in certain kinds of engagements about functions and type. Enneagram doesn't partition the set of emotions, unlike cognitive functions, which partitions the set of human attention. That's a good point. You know, doesn't partition them. Yeah, well, hopefully also cognitive functions is comprehensive of attentional stuff, whereas Enneagram is not comprehensive of emotion. It's not even taxonomy of the emotions. Am I watching the playoffs? I do have it on this in this tab over here. I actually don't currently. I'm not currently watching it, but now I am watching it. It's commercial. Prime Video is actually doing a good job this time. I have found Prime Video's football broadcasts in the past to be quite choppy. An Enneagram. Yeah, I stopped pronouncing it like that because it it often would um, auto caption it to a Negro. Corey's a 3 cares about status. Basically, mutually exclusive and comprehensive. Oh, that's partition? Oh, okay. Cool. Well, I'm glad to know that that's a good term to have to use if I have cause to again. Which, as we know, is one of Eric's favorite words. What's one of my favorite words? Partition is a collection of subsets that don't intersect and also unify to make up the whole of the original set. Oh, cool. Basically, mutually exclusive and comprehensive. Okay, cool. It must be a math term or something. Or a computer science term, maybe. It's like the term kernel. What does that even mean exactly? They use it in computers sometimes. Chicago is down by 11 points here in the second quarter, and Green Bay is threatening to score again. Another term from when I'm installing an operating system on a new PC build. The term kernel or partition? Yeah, I know about partition from computers with, you can partition your drives and stuff. But I'm out later. Bye, Rachel, darling. You seek peace. Are you feeling irritated? Yeah, I think nine seeking peace could also be described as a nine reacts to anger in an avoidant fashion that can be preventative or responsive. When map, the kernel of a map is a set of things that the map maps to zero. Hmm. I don't remember what her assertions were, though, Jeremiah Fix. And you may be drawing equivalence between statements she made and statements that I made or something that are not actually equivalent. I don't know what your criterion is for like how you're using the equivalence will tell us whether it's actually equivalent. Okay, well, it's those such statements are equivalent to what? Are you saying that my critiques of Enneagram are equivalent to her critiques of cognitive functions? Not at all. Because of some of the reasons that Rain pointed out, like cognitive functions acts like an explanation that does things, right? I think you would have been good at analysis if you'd gotten that. Yeah, I think I probably could have been good at math too. It just wasn't, it was never adequately taught to me as an explanation for things, which it is really, in some sense. Uh, okay, well, I think I think Kay is largely being contrarian, which I think may or may not be more of a may or may not be a more visible part of an ENTP. It involves a lot of precisely keeping track of what type of objects you're dealing with, i.e., not making category errors. Well, that does sound like a wonderful thing to do, not make category errors. Like, the reason her arguments about Enneagram, I mean, about MBTI or cognitive functions, and mine about Enneagram are not equivalent is because her arguments are not the winning arguments. They're, they're appeals to vagueness, they're appeals to uncertainty for its own sake, and and non-responsive to what I'm actually saying about cognitive functions. Whereas what I'm saying about Enneagram, or what in this case Rain was saying about Enneagram, is a correct critique about it. It's not even necessarily a critique, it's just a correct description of it and how the nature of the thing conscribes what you can correctly do with it to a small range of things rather than cognitive functions, which actually provide correct or incorrect explanations for specific objects of analysis, like why did that person do that thing or say those things in response to yeah. So I probably won't get an answer. How should one distinguish between personal attachment to a position and the validity of an argument? And the validity of the argument? Well, you don't you don't necessarily need to distinguish between them because one's personal attachment to a position is never relevant when evaluating the validity of the argument. So you can assign any value to personal attachment and then separate off and do your evaluation of the validity of the argument and get correct answers for both. They don't have to be consistent with each other for them both to be correct under their own metric. But if you're saying, how do I personally know if I'm being correct or being wrong because of subjectivities? In other words, am I executing the process of being correctly, or am I not doing that? Well, that's one of those attentional things. Like, uh, I would guess 6-3 would be the best slots to have TI and FI to be able to have both things happening, be aware of both things happening in different instances. So I should stop worrying how an HP feels about it if I'm going to argue with them. Yeah, why would you worry about how they feel about it? I mean, that's one of those things that just it doesn't really it occurs to me sometimes like, oh god, this person wants to show me a song or something and go like, oh, I'm probably not gonna like it, and they're probably gonna tell you it's bad, and you're probably gonna know. So, but by and large, you know, ENTPs, like anybody, will generally project their frame of reference, which says, I'm assuming that, like me, you are paying attention to the words and their meaning and correctness and not paying attention to how you feel. So, of course, I'm not going to think, how's this going to make them feel? Because I'm thinking, they're, I'm just automatically assuming or behaving as though it were the case that they too are paying attention to the word. That if I'm not careful in my dictating exactly what I mean in the right words, that they're going to say, hey, what do you mean there? That's vague or that's incorrect or something, which is never going to be the case, right? Almost never. So, sometimes, occasionally, but very rarely is that going to be the case. In fact, if they were to tell me that I was wrong and make a good point and win the argument, I wouldn't feel bad about that at all. I would just go like, "Wow, I haven't been this surprised by a good new argument in a long time. I think you might be right about this or whatever." Sup, Eric? Hi, Luigi Espino. Are you going to sleep with them? Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, so Jeremiah Fix, you need to think about that for sure. If it's like, if you want to have a romance relationship with somebody, you should not argue with them, but they should also not argue with you. It's not good to argue and correct and criticize loved ones. You know that saying, criticism kills love. But that's probably less so for ENTPs than for other types. If you criticize an ENTP, they're more likely than other types, no matter whether it's ill intentioned or well intentioned criticism, to hear it and check against reality. So it needs to be FI polar. So somebody could be trying to hurt your feelings you're going to be paying attention to the accuracy of what they say and trying to err on the side against you so that you're not being biased. Yeah, so that was actually the thing I wanted to say about cognitive function when I started the stream. The thing that Octavia Silva prompted, which is that it it doesn't matter how well informed you are about cognitive functions, how well you understand things. It There'd be no point ever in me successfully using FI more because whatever information it would be telling me is not good information to act upon. Like maybe when I have particularly depressive moments in certain times or feel a lot of anxiety, I feel homesick for Los Angeles, and
You should go fucking back.
I,
I can't stand hearing about it anymore.
Rachel, let me finish the fucking sentence. What I was saying is just because I feel that way when I'm depressed in certain moments, that does not mean we should act. I should act on that information that I'm getting from that cognitive function. What are you so mad at me for? I'm in the middle of.
Say it. Like you. It's not like you don't say it.
No, I was just explaining how even if I could put myself in a position, make myself pay attention with introverted feelings, it wouldn't be a good thing to do because any information it gives me would not be useful as per that example. What are you mad at me for? What did I do?
I don't want to talk to you right now.
What you did, you told me we should go back to Los Angeles.
Yeah, because you talk about it. You claim you don't want to move back. It sounds like you do all the time.
No,
When
it
you say
doesn't.
it, it sounds like you do, and I feel like you do. Just go. I don't like LA. I don't want to go back there. You can go back there.
I don't want to go back there. What are you
It
so mad
sounds like
about?
you do.
I absolutely do not. The only
Say
reason,
more than I do.
what the fuck happened? I have no idea what happened. I have zero idea what happened. Obviously, she's not mad about me making that explanation and using that example. I could come up with other examples too, like just because I think it was not good of Rachel to say those things to me doesn't mean I should say equivalent things to her. Anyway, I guess I should end the stream probably. The other thing I was going to say before I finished that thought was that the best it can do for me in terms of understanding FI is like when Rachel and I were taking a walk the other day, and um, she didn't really like the walk. It was at nighttime, and I guess I was going a little fast for her and stuff. I was thinking of the walk in terms of why I was taking the walk and what I was trying to get out of it, which is I'm just trying to check it off the list, get kind of a little bit of exercise, and get back home. Whereas Rachel was hoping to have a pleasant walk experience or something. The thing is, at a certain point, as I was thinking about it, when she got irritated on the walk, I kind of expressly told myself, well, put yourself in her shoes. Try FIing this a little bit. And in that case, it was kind of informative, like, okay, well, she must be expecting something else. It comes back to expectations. Russian Boys 95, what's going on? I don't know. I was live streaming and then my wife got really mad at me. You know, I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to continue. I feel like I don't like to let unresolved stuff just go unresolved. I don't know what she's so upset about, but it could just be dopamine crash, I guess. But I don't know why she's mad. You know, kind of the explanation I guess that I got was that I was talking about being homesick for LA, which made her upset. But I wasn't even talking about being homesick from LA. I was just using that as an example of how I shouldn't act upon emotions. There may have been a time when I was depressed when I felt homesick for LA, but that doesn't mean I should go back to LA. And I can't trust my emotions. No, I didn't even really say. I didn't even say it then. She was the one who suggested it. It was like I was depressed, you know. I was having a mental health problem, and that was expressing as feeling very sad, missing my daughter a lot. But I was also missing things that aren't in LA anymore, you know, like my parents' house, my parents, and so forth. So the reason I brought it up at all was because it's a good example of how even if I could put myself into a cognitive state where I'm using FIs in an intentional manner, I'd be ill advised to do so because I can't trust the information it tells me. It's not actionable. Well, okay, I'll smoke this bowl. I'll go outside, smoke a cigarette at least, and then at that point I may wrap this up so that I can figure out what's going on with Rachel. But I don't feel that way. Again, I, I was using that instance as an example of how even when I am using FI, being very aware of my feelings and stuff, that's not useful information to me. Good idea to lengthen the pause between stimulus and response. So, you mean let it sit fallow for a while? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, in general, when I'm thinking about the past, I'm not in a great place emotionally. Uh, whether that past is centric to LA or not, you know? Oh, I see. Gotcha. Fallow is what happens when you don't plant any crops in a field so that the dirt grows back its dirtiness or something. I'm going to treat myself to another one of these. though they're expensive and I only got a 6-pack of them. I feel a little bit. I feel like I've been treated a little shabbily here. Because Rachel was mad before she said all that stuff. I could tell the way she said, "Peace, I'm out." When she left the chat, that she was mad about something. Maybe I didn't respond enough to what she said or something. I'm not sure. It's very unlike her to do that. And we almost never have that kind of exchange between one another. But she did get a little fussy in the aftermath of that overall. Did I spill right there? Okay. I was trying to empty these sodas out in the sink for the cups and trash. And of course, I spilled on the freshly mopped floor. Soda, the stickiest thing you could possibly spill. Okay. And the thing is, even when I was depressed and feeling homesick, even in that moment, I knew enough to not trust that feeling and act upon it, or think that it was something I should act upon. I wouldn't have ever even considered the possibility of going back to LA if Rachel hadn't brought it up. I wasn't trying to say I wanted to go back to LA. I was just trying to say that in those moments that I was feeling a lot of loss. Loss of my parents, loss of my childhood home, loss of neighborhood I once lived in when I was an adult in Temple City, loss of relationships and people I once had and stuff, because I wasn't in a good spot mentally. I'm not configured to look backwards. And the way I am configured to look backwards is to use examples to illustrate points. Examples from my past to illustrate points, which is what I was doing there. Stick around. You might actually enjoy this. Stick around, Grace Lever. Flip-flops and socks. I'm out. These flip-flops and socks are of the fancy variety. They aren't the regular flip-flops and socks. Hitting on celebs and fighting people on the internet is not good for your head. Oh, hating on celebs. Yeah, well, I would say more symptom than cause, probably. Like, sour mood led to fixating on sour subjects, create some kind of feedback loop. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'll have to talk to her. And I mean, I kind of do know what's going on. It's like probably just a brain chemistry thing from taking several Adderalls yesterday and the aftermath of that, which is being in typical unconscious FI fashion displaced into something else. But there's probably a displacement between um, the brain chemistry and what she expressly got mad about. That's my guess. Would you necessarily know if it's a specific, like, I can't easily go back to that time in the car on Sunday with my family? I mean, the it seems like there's a couple of mechanisms by which I keep track of things. One is I link experiences to sets of ideas in ways that make them useful in illustrating ideas or as functioning in analogs for ideas or something. The other is something bad happened and there it gets seared into my memory, whether I want it or not, whether it's good or not to have it there. Eric, are you in the Illuminati? No, I'm not in the Illuminati. I'm not a big joiner of groups. I like let me see what's going on here. My neighbor actually told me that this house should be quiet tonight. If anything's going on over there, it's not supposed to be. No, it's not from over there. It's up across the hill. Nothing going on at Jared's house. He's out for the evening, but his dog's there. He's like, she should be quiet, so if you hear her barking. So, no problem. I'll keep an eye out. Make sure everything's kosher. Nobody's getting burgled. Burgling ham. Yeah, I'm burgling ham. The ham burglar is who I am. I'm a man who burgles the ham. I think I might leave the stream on, actually. Leave this in here and get to talk to Rachel for a little bit. See what's going on. Or at least what she thinks is going on. I think what's actually going on is just dopamine crash. So let's see, what can you guys look at while I'm gone? You can look at this. I've got just the thing for you. I think you're going to really enjoy this. Irish folk tales, fairy and folk tales. I'm going to open it so you can read while I'm gone. There now. Read your little hearts out. well, yeah, you also have some jokes. That's okay. I guess that really was what it was about. Huh? Okay. Have you read everything so far? Well, oh, I'm talking to the live stream. I left them in here to go talk to you, but I didn't turn it off. It always seemed. Give me 10 more minutes. Oh, you're not done reading it yet? I'm sorry. We're done reading that book now. The book people are cooking dead people? They are? Are they cannibals? Cannibals? Let's, real quick, let's just play and sing the Mexican national anthem. Piñatas, sombreros, 5 pesos each down by those burros. Piñatas are the flavor of old Mexico. Would you like to join me later when I go? Go. Piñatas, sombreros, 5 pesos each down by my burros. Made from the spirit of adobe, old Mexico did grow. making comida with tortillas, just like so. Piñatas, sombreros, 5 pesos each down by my burrows. That's the Mexican national anthem. I hope you all took your hats off. Hello, Sarah Jones, IQ1IY. Uncollapsible, and I think I'm impatient to make impacts. We ruined Winston's mom's greeting habit by pointing it out. I don't know what greeting habit you're talking about. Spoiler, can nibbles? Piñatas, sombreros, 5 pesos each down by the burrows. Sarah Jones is here, and she's not afraid to set people on fire. You gotta scroll up and read down from there. Let's see. POV, you're the book looking in a mirror. My strategy for reading out loud, which I abhorred, was to read very, very fast. Carrie's strategy was to cry and leave the room. The miserable cook who rushed to the door and ran for his life ran straight into the wife who cried. I would rather have watched Trouble. He might be outside prowling around. Slow reader. I reread the same paragraph 5 times because I keep getting distracted. I also felt good about reading out loud. It seemed like most people had trouble reading clearly and projecting so the people in the back could hear. I have a problem with that as well. We're cooking a humanely slaughtered animal, right? I spent a lot of time trying to read for a while until I stopped thinking about it. Pat Diver, the tinker, was a man well accustomed to a wandering life into strange shelters. He shared the beggar's blanket in smoky cabins. I acknowledge everyone in my mind. I just don't want to set the precedent of always saying hi to everyone. So I say hi to no one. That's fair. Throwing your poop on them as an alternative, that's what we're having a problem with. I deny it. Ruben greets me often. So everything I've ever said that no one contested is true. It doesn't work like that. Silence only equals assent if there's an ongoing argument going on. Yeah, I put the fire out. I did put the fire out. It turns out it was exactly what she was talking about and probably what Fly Guy was indicating. She thought I was talking about being homesick for LA again, but I wasn't actually talking about that. I just used that example as an example to make the point I was making. Regalado no se intentado. All rise for the Mexican national anthem. Okay, it could be a sensitive topic. Sure, I can see that too, especially after reading what Fly Guy said. You know, if you're telling your partner you don't want to be where you are, that's saying something about them, or they're going to perceive it as saying something about them. But that's not what I was actually saying at all. I don't want to go back to LA. In no way, shape, or form do I want to go back to LA. I hated living in LA. Loud traffic everywhere. Dirty, you know. Everything cool about it is either super crowded or super expensive. Everything like that's not crowded and not expensive is trashy and horrible. Well, I don't know if that's necessarily the case, Russian boys. The miscommunications are generally the cause of arguments. With Rachel and we like never have an exchange like we had there. It just never happens. But what she thought was that I was talking about being homesick for LA and that we were on fundamentally different pages about whether we wanted to be here, if this was our life or not. And that was not the case at all. But I think for a lot of couples, arguments come not from miscommunication, but from competing values. Like somebody has correctness as an absolute value, the other person has, um, you know, FI, self interest. One person's trying to use words to mean information, the other person's trying to use words to express themselves and bond or something. And there's an underlying value conflict there. I think that's the cause of most arguments. But jump cancel or give up, y'all. We can still go back in time. Seems like one would age out of that sort of scene. Oh, well, Rachel's doing well. I mean, I think she'd been thinking about it too because she'd been watching this show called I Love LA, and I think it made her feel insecure when it appeared back, like when I was feeling depressed and actually did feel homesick. It made her feel insecure in whether or not we were really on the same page about things. But was I not happy here? Because you know, if from her perspective, because I thought we were on the same page here that this is where we are and where we want to be, and this is the life we're leading. Now you're telling me that's not certain anymore? I wasn't saying that then. I was just in a bad place in terms of my mental health. And even though I was expressing sadness for an LA that I had lost, I wasn't thinking about going to move back there until Rachel brought it up in that moment of bad mental health on my part, and we did talk about it a little bit, but it's never a good idea for me to trust my feelings when they're acute, right? Like I can look back on instances of having had feelings-based consequences, uh, and avoid those kind of mistakes again. But uh, if I'm feeling very strongly in a moment, then that's not a time when I should take action. I really shouldn't take action until I'm not feeling emotional about it again. Like, I need to call my first dentist and talk to him. And I've been kind of mad, but I've not actually made the call. The call will be a lot more effective if I'm not mad. You're talking about LA living a fast life? Well, yeah, I don't want to live through that. One can only learn through experience. Well, it's not necessarily the case that one can only learn certain things through experience. Some types of people are they're more they more successfully integrate what other people have learned before to avoid making mistakes themselves. Other people like me, I seem to have this, I don't learn things until I experience the consequence myself. Are you sure that's poison? Until I experience being poisoned by it, I'm skeptical. That's not, it's, it's a bad way to learn, really. Ideally, you could learn from others' mistakes and not. You were referencing me in particular. Well, if you're referencing me in particular, yes, you're correct. I can only learn things like that. Seems like. But something like feeling depressed, being acutely aware of things I have lost, of existential terror, of regret and guilt and stuff like that, that is not even the kind of feelings that are indicative of anything in particular. They're just indicative of me being stuck in my head in a bad spot. Unlike, say, um, I'm watching a show and it starts getting dark, and I don't want it to leave any psychic scars. So I don't like the way this is going to make me feel. I think I turn it off. That's an instance of me correctly and successfully using my feelings to protect myself from bad feelings. You know, no, I don't want to watch this show about someone doing something horrible to somebody else and suffering ensuing. School of Hard Knocks for you too, simple girl. That's not hot. Let me touch it. I'm gonna have to prove that it's hot to myself. But if I were a class from World of Warcraft, what class would I be? First class. Everything about me is a first class operation. There's still things you have to do. There's still things you still to do. Oh yeah. School of Hard Knocks is one of the shittiest schools you can get into when you're applying to college. So me the other day had a picture of a monkey on a phone and said, calling God to make sure he's got me signed up for the 2026 health and wealth package and not for life lessons and toughest warrior package. Exactly. And when you stop with the life lessons already, I get it. I've been a coddled bougie kid and I have to wake up to this hard scrabble world we live in. But I'm awake. I'm awake. You can stop pouring buckets of water on me already. True, the most determinate variable. To a certain degree, the fact that you are aware of things you have lost helps to make the moments with things when things are good much better. Does that make sense? Well, one lesson I think I should learn from the loss is to hold precious what I have precious now and treat it with the appropriate amount of attention and care because I'm not without, the my core preciousnesses, uh, and it doesn't do them any service for me to be living for the dead rather than for the living. Hard scrabbled, yeah. Hard scrabble. Is it hard scrabble or hard scrabbled? I think it's hard scrabble. And it is somewhat of use to remind myself of that. But if I'm in a bad place with mental health, then not only do I have uh, like sadness, I also will sometimes have anxiety. And then thinking about the importance of things that I do have makes me feel very anxious about losing them. And mortality, of course, that's always a fun anxiety inducer. I always look back and think, wow, those were great times, but I didn't feel it at the time. I can identify with a certain amount of that too. But by and large, I don't think back on the good times. I think more on the bad times and the ways I failed. Our class is limited to races and WoW. We have to determine his race first. I'm a dark elf. Can I be a dark elf? Do they have those in WoW? I'm a dark elf cleric. But I also carry a bastard sword. I'm a cleric who can use a bastard sword. Does such a thing exist? Dark elf is a race they added. Cool. They're purple usually. Kind of a bluish, purplish, kind of dark color. And, they're like regular elves, except, more edgelord. You're probably a hobbit. Well, I'm exploring my edgelord self in this game we're playing here. It's actually called Night Elf. That's the definition of sublime, I think, experiencing both pleasure and pain at the same time. So, that book that's called The Unbearable Lightness of Being is referring to a state of sublimity. Is that the noun form of sublime? Host Eric, Lady Rachel, and the mod in the chat. I think Rachel's listening to some hair thing. She's not here. Oh, there's a test I could take to find out what I am. Well, I'm not going to find out what I am. I'm going to find out what I want to be. I'm not going to pick things that I am. I'm going to pick the answer I want. Absolutely, I love magic. How do you take care of problems? I avoid problems. I take a long time to think about what's the best way to face them. Maybe that. Do I like animals? Yes. I like animals. Do you consider yourself a helpful person? Sometimes. Do you mind depending on other people? Uh, let's all help each other a bit. What would you do in a fight? Get my first aid kit ready, sneak up from behind and attack. Get ready to fight. Get ready and fight. I'll turn circles around them until they get bored. Call for help. Hmm. Um. Once they sneak up from behind and attack. Do you like to be the center of attention? I'm gonna yes. The answer is yes in real life. But I'm gonna pick. I want to be near the center of attention, but not right in it. Do you wish you could adjust yourself to face certain problems? Yes, I need to have different qualities for different situations. It would be nice to have some flexibility. Yeah, I'll pick that one. In what way would you what way would you help your friends? I'll help them a lot when they need it a lot. I'll do some useful things for them. I'll make them a bit better so they'll manage when they need it. I'll do some useful things for them. Would you prefer to reach certain goals with a group or fight your own way to your goals? I like to work with other people. I enjoy a mix. What do you think is most important in a fighting game? Mm, say that nobody dies, or that we are flexible depending on changing situations. Do you like weapons? I prefer other methods, I'm going to say. What sort of beneficial spell would you cast on people? Underwater breathing, more health, more strength, more intellect, more health. What would you do if you suddenly met an enemy on the road? Attack. Are you patient? No. My patience is varied depending on the context. View my results. You got elemental mastery. As a shaman, you harness the raw power of nature. You summon elemental forces, support your allies with totems, and unleash devastating spells. Your connection to the elements makes you a force to be reckoned with in any battle. I'm a shaman with elemental mastery. How fun. I'm a dark elf shaman with elemental mastery. Hi, Iron Lion. There's no correct answer to the do you like animals question. The correct answer would be I like my animals, and I like certain kinds of animals. I do like animals a lot, but I don't really want to take care of them all the time. You got the same thing as me? Well, Winston's mom, that makes you my competition to get into the heroes party. You're only going to take one elemental master shaman. I got to show him that I'm a better elemental master shaman than you are. You got virtuous guardian. Okay, well then you and I can be in the same party. Like it'd be me, you, one of every one of the other kind of things. That's one party. I mean, the thing is, I love animals a lot. Like anytime a dog comes up to me, I couldn't be more excited. But I don't. I also understand the amount of responsibility having a lot of animals is. So I'm very hesitant to get animals. Like, even though I like horses a lot, I wouldn't want to have a horse because it's too much work to take care of it. And Rachel and I have our hands plenty full with our two cats. And occasionally having the neighbor's dog over as a visiting guest. That's nice. I don't just love animals. I love animals. What's a paladin? That's cool. Yeah, paladins are cool. They're basically like members of ISIS. They're religiously motivated warriors. I shall convert you or kill you. Like that. The thing is, I think maybe if I had to pick a class to be rather than elemental master shaman, I would be ninja. Ninjas are a good class to be. They might be called assassins in the game. Basically, ninjas, you know. They got sneaky hide around, attack from the shadows, and critical hit skills. They they can throw shurikens at people, and you know most people would agree that killing things with shurikens is better than with a stick, for example. It's got a little bit more style. That's why when I go hunting for deer, I only bring a pack of shurikens with me. Thus far, I've never successfully killed a deer, but you just wait. One well placed shuriken, and I'm going to take down a 5 point buck. Class guides: Death Knight, Demon Hunter, Druid, Evoker. I like the name Evoker. Just based on name, I want to be an Evoker. What are you doing back there? We're fighting this horrible battle. I'm being evocative, okay? Just just wait for it and you'll see what I evoke from you. Rogue, Shaman, Warlock, Warrior. I'd go for Monk, Evoker, or Hunter, maybe. Death Knight. An Evoker, the spellcasting Illager, found in woodland mansions and raids. And the only source of the Totem of Undying. It uses 2 spells to attack. Its 2 spells being called Harm and Go Away. Demon Hunter is badass. Well, I mean, how many demons are there that need to be hunted, though? It's like, if you're going to specify I'm hunting demons, what happens if you run out of demons? Thought about that? Then you're just useless guy. Anybody need any demons hunted? Nah, all the demons are gone now. Oh, I should never have picked this class. One but the nasty. Whether ambushing from the shadows or engaging in swift combat, you leave chaos in your wake. Your tactical brilliance makes you a true force to be reckoned with. Wow, Carrot. I didn't know you were such a genius of the battlefield. I see an Illager as a type of hostile mob that regularly spawns in woodland mansions, patrols, raids, and pillager outposts. All Illagers are hostile and not to be confused with a villager. I like that name, Illagers, for bad villagers. There should also be managers. They're somewhere in between. They're not nice like villagers, not mean like Illagers, they're just kind of mad. They demonstrate malaise and apathy. Will you get out of my way? All right, fine, stop kicking me. That's what managers say. I'd probably enjoy a little bit playing one of those kind of games. You wanted Warlock or Death Knight? Big imaginations. I lack in that. Well, you know, you maybe lack in it, or maybe your belief that you lack in it is just your imagination. I finally choose one of the incorrect do you like animals choices, and I'm on my way, y'all. Thank God. I'm glad you gave in and chose a bad choice. Because this is going on your resume. This is on your permanent record, Ruben, how you scored on this test. So be prepared to justify yourself to future employers as to why you ended up, say, a Death Knight. And why it's okay to hire you. You're not gonna go on some sort of killing spree. Meanwhile, somewhere an Aaron is asking for the Anager because her fries are cold. I don't know what that means at all. I'm completely baffled by that sentence. Yeah. It's not just on your permanent record, it'll be on the permanent record of all your children or even nephews, nieces that you might have. I what how do you say it? Manager? Like manager without an N? I guess that's how you should probably say it. Manager. I played with Illager, dropped 2Ks. Meanwhile, somewhere a Karen is asking for the manager because oh, the manager. I see. You dropped the K and the M. You capitalize them to indicate that, but I did not understand. Well, sometimes in life you understand, and sometimes you're confused. That time was one of the latter instances. Sometimes I can be very oblivious. Like somebody typed a sentence with the word of in it, but typed it OD. And I genuinely was like, odd, what? What do you mean there? When it should have been obvious that he was trying to type of and just pushed the D, which is next to F. That happened just the other day. So maybe even been yesterday. I also did not understand that I said one, but the nasty when I was answering your question about how many demons can there be. Oh, I did not understand that at all. True. I so didn't understand that, Ruben, that I didn't even understand really that I didn't understand it. It just kind of hit me in the front of my brain and bounced off. Actually, you do a remarkable job of reading the chat quickly and managing responses to several people at once. I was thinking about that today. Well, thanks, Winston's mom. I think you read it as one, but the nasty, which makes no sense. I did read it as such. So I added a T to your he. Maybe I thought you were making a typo there with your he, that you meant to say the. Probably I just read it as such. One, but he nasty with lots of A's in it, I think is how it's supposed to be said. No, I got it now, Ruben. I do understand now that it was never the one, but the nasty. Like, you want one or two of these eggs? I want one, but the nasty one, you know. Are you still talking about the dog? I'm not talking about any dog now. That demon, yeah, oh, I know which one you're talking about. He nasty, girl. He like the worst demon of them all. He made all out of big red stuff, has fire in his mouth. He'll throw you into a big bucket of bees. And scene. Thanks, Director Ruben. I need directions sometimes. Somebody's got to yell cut so I know when things are done. just like the timer does when I'm cooking food. Its little beep is like the snap of one of those movie things. Action! What are those things called? Snappers? Do you talk out loud to yourself? I don't mean talking to the critters out loud about what you're thinking or feeling, but are you in the habit of talking out loud to yourself? I can demonstrate different ways of talking out loud to yourself too, because, or at least a couple of them. Like my mom used to do this thing all the time, where she'd be replaying a conversation in her head, like from work or something. I don't know if she was replaying it directly, accurately, or if she was replaying it with edits to her response or not. I don't know, but she'd be like, she'd be talking kind of like under her breath. No, no, no. Mr. Snyder, no. That is not going to be okay. You cannot have those kids in this part of time. She'd have this kind of conversations in the car with herself while I was like, I don't know, sitting looking out the window, daydreaming, listening to my mom talk to herself. I talk to myself in much less interesting ways, I guess. Like, if I'm talking out loud to myself, it's generally exhortations like, come on, Eric, get your head out of your ass. What are you doing? Why did you fuck up this TE thing? Or it's negative self talk, like, you know, I hate myself stuff. Or sometimes it's like singing, sing talking or whatever. Like if I sit down to go pee and I start peeing, and I might sing like, wonderful urine, wonderful times, feeling the urine coming that line. Might do that, you know. In a most pleasant incarnation of exhortations is just like, all right, and now let's go put this thing back. When I talk to myself in that way, I'm plural, first person plural. I'm a we, a bunch of Erics that need to come along together. Let's go over here, and then let's do this thing here. What do you say, Eric? I think that's a good idea. Come on, everybody. All of the Erics. Come on, let's go. Other side of that wall, so I do it and then cringe to think he might hear me. Well, earlier I was in the bathroom and I said, I said I hate myself, or I might have sung it as part of something like, I hate myself when I think about me, which I often say. But I thought Rachel had her headphones in and was not going to be able to hear me, but she didn't have her headphones in. And she's like, you okay? Oh, yeah, I thought you had your headphones in. She goes, I do have them in, but I'm not actually listening to something. Remember as a kid, I would always pretend I was teaching to help me get through a task like dishes. I do that a lot too, still even. To this day, like if I'm doing a task or cooking something on a live stream, I'll pretend like I'm teaching it to people, even if it's something nobody needs to be taught how to do, like, you know, making a sandwich or something, or putting something into the microwave. Sometimes I just do the thing. Depends how sprung I am, I guess. I did a fair amount of cleaning this evening before I started the stream. I made some dinner. I made rice and spam. Spam's a great ingredient, I tell you. You can cook it anywhere from not at all to 20 minutes or more cooking. You know, I cooked it for like 20 minutes on simmerish heat, I guess, and it came out really good and crispy and was soft on the inside still, most of the pieces. Some of the smaller pieces were a little too crispy, maybe, but it's really hard to burn the stuff. It's really hard. You can't undercook it because it's pre-cooked, and you can get a lot of crispy skin kind of quality to it if you just leave it go in a pan for a while. You don't need to add anything to it to make it taste good. It's very well seasoned as it is. But you can add things like onions, or today I added chopped up dried onions. And that was, I wish I had added more actually. It was really quite tasty. All I had to cook was rice, spam, which you don't have to check every couple of minutes because it's tough. If you just leave it in the pan a little too long, no big whoop. And then you serve with the soy sauce. It's that simple. Shake a little dried onions out into the spam pan towards the end. Give it a little extra zazz of flavor. The only additional seasoning we have is soy sauce. Oh my God, I hate doing stuff like washing the dishes. I don't like to cook either. It makes me extremely nervous. Really? I like to cook. When I don't cook for a while, I start to feel like this craving for cooked food I've cooked. It's weird how it doesn't matter how good a frozen dinner is, it somehow is not as good as freshly cooked food. I do eat a lot of frozen dinners. When I'm an advocate for, you might say an evangelizer of, the idea that nobody has to stop it, take it out, peel back the thing, stir it, and put it back in. Nobody has to do that. Simply add an additional 30 seconds to the time it tells you, and do not take it out and stir it, and it'll be just fine. That's all I ever do. We have all been bamboozled into this horrible state of affairs that we somehow have been asked to accept, and we somehow have accepted, that we have to stop in the middle of cooking a microwave dinner, take it out, peel back the thing, stir it, put it back in, put it on again. We do not have to do that. Don't be enslaved by the tyrannical instructions. Just add an extra 30 seconds. And some frozen foods, in particular, I'm thinking of two specific things from one company. They have the wrong cooking times on them. The time that's the right time for the lasagna is on the chicken parmesan, and vice versa. I even wrote them an email telling them. They just were like, "Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Here's some coupons." I don't want coupons. I want you to fix it so that it's right. I want you to believe me. I want you to check and try it yourself. Look at the back of the boxes and try it in those times, and you'll see that what I'm saying is correct. And you got them backwards. You got them on the wrong box. They didn't care. I know nobody checked to see if I was right. I think it's called like Michelangelo's, or these Italian. They only do Italian food. Yeah, try freezing your freshly cooked food. Maybe you won't get tired of it. I don't make enough to freeze. We always eat all the leftovers. If Rachel doesn't eat her leftovers, then I'll eat her leftovers almost always. And I often don't have leftovers. Like tonight, I ate my half of all the food, and I ate all of it in one sitting. which makes for 0 leftovers. I could make more, but would it be easier really to reheat frozen stuff? Yeah, I guess it would, but not that much easier. I would say nursing because I have a lot of compassion. It's important to have compassion. Like, if you're in caregiving, healthcare kind of stuff, you're dealing with people who are going through some shit and might not be displaying the best side of themselves and stuff. And instead of being right, you got to be focused on helping them feel better, be better off, etc. Well, regular classroom teaching requires some patience, but once you get the hang of classroom control, it's it's like disorderly conduct that requires patience if you have it. But if you're a good teacher and you know what you're doing, that's usually not going to be a problem. As far as being patient, waiting for them to learn or something, mm, I don't know. I didn't. I don't think required any patience for me because I allotted a certain amount of time to teaching a certain thing, and then I moved on regardless. I can't teach to the bottom of the class. Some people would say you should teach to the bottom of the class. I had teachers like that in high school. I remember in my economics class, they went so slow through the concepts and stuff that I never had to even take a single note or read anything. I heard the lectures, so the same things over and over again so much. Of course, I already knew some of the concepts from debating, but I don't think I'd be a good teacher. I'm not good at implementing discipline. Well, that's one half of the equation. There's not really a half of the equation. It's the thing you got to master before you can actually teach. The teaching part is I I think I really began to understand teaching when I started coaching debate because then you've got an honest, fair system of evaluating your success. You know exactly what you're trying to make them understand and what it looks like when they do understand it. Because then if they do understand it, they can use it appropriately in its argumentational context. In other words, they'll read the right argument at the right time when they understand it, when they understand everything going on. And debate has this wonderfully clarifying zero sum win loss format that makes you as a teacher prioritize the most important things the most, least important things later and last and least, you know? And there's no place to hide for either the coach or the debater in competition debate. If your kids didn't learn anything during the time you had to prep them for this topic, it's going to be abundantly obvious to anybody watching in the debate round. There's no equivalent kind of accountability for classroom teachers. which is one reason why I'm a big believer in transparency in education and also in teaching to tests. People say that as though it's a bad thing to teach to a test, but if you've got a physics department in the middle school that's big enough to have multiple physics teachers, let's say, uh, you got Mr. Johnson, Mrs. Smith, and Miss Frankensense, Miss Frankincense, and they're all teaching seventh grade physics. All their kids should be taking the same tests, and the results of all the kids from all the classes should be public, and then you'd know who the best teacher is. It wouldn't be definitive because obviously they've got different groups of kids. Some of them are more capable naturally than others. Miss Frankincense is her name. Okay. Mr. Johnson, I think it was, Miss Smith, and Miss Frankincense. Mrs. Smith. Of course, you can't really do that kind of thing with like English, right? I mean, you could potentially do it for tests about books that the kids were supposed to read and if they know everything that happened in them or something. But that's not really what you're supposed to be developing per se in English class. You could do it with grammar, but really grammar should be taught as its own thing, separate from English class or instead of English class. You could have grammar and you could have writing classes, but even writing classes, they're really just writing workshops because you're just having the students produce pieces of writing of a certain kind, usually academic writing. And you can't really teach them how to do it. You can just say what's wrong with what they did. You might assign them to write in a certain structure, which is a way of teaching them how to structure things, maybe. But grammar is kind of like how to write sentences, how to write papers. You can give them structure, and then they just gotta use their own voice to generate text. Shouldn't grammar be part of English because it's fundamental? Well, I mean, the reason it should be taught separately from writing is because grammar is like math. You can determinately tell exactly what students understand and don't understand if you're teaching it right and grading it right. Because it has a logic to it. Students need to be taught the logic to it, not just like a bunch of randomly presented, unconnected rules and stuff. The way people teach grammar is terrible. The proper way to teach it is sentence diagramming, which basically teaches students to be able to say what every word in a sentence is doing as a part of speech, relating in relation to the other words in the sentence. And in the process, they learn why, for example, um, we use the nominative case for a pronoun functioning as the object of the preposition if that pronoun is the subject of its own clause. The reason is because that clause needs to be correct in and of itself, and the whole clause is functioning as the object of the preposition, not that pronoun. The pronoun is functioning as the subject of the clause. So it's like if you teach grammar correctly, like with sentence diagram and stuff, they understand not things as a rule they have to remember, but rather as the reasoning for why things are the way they are. Why is it correct to say it is this Jane? This is she rather than this is her. Well, because it's a linking verb, and the predicate noun is renaming the subject. It's not um, describing the subject like a predicate adjective would be, and it's not an object like a direct object. So we wouldn't use the objective case. We'd use the nominative case because it's essentially in a positive for the subject. So that's why grammar should be taught as its own thing, and it should only last a certain amount of time because you can teach all of grammar in not a super long time. Even if you're talking about it being slow kids and big classes where it's going to be take a longer time to get through the material. It could not conceivably take even the slowest teacher more than 2 years to cover all of grammar. If you have a class that's just doing grammar, you should easily be able to finish the whole thing in a year. Yeah, I really respect sentence diagramming is is an example of why pedagogy matters so much and how different pedagogies or pedagogies, I don't know how to say that word, um, can produce night and day kind of results. Like the way people teach grammar nowadays, students do not leave school understanding grammar. I did not understand grammar until I was taught by Mr. Samuelson how sentence diagramming so that I could teach it. Then I understood grammar. Prior to that, I graduated from college as an English major and did not understand grammar. I don't think you can understand it really without sentence diagramming, with the right approach to teaching that too, you know? Because Mr. Samuelson's approach, it has the kids say out loud, as a group or individually, depending, things like they have an example sentence, and the teacher will say, prompt, tell me the verb, and they'll say, the verb phrase is was talking. Who was talking? The boy was talking. Therefore, boy is the subject. The is an adjective describing the noun boy. Um, is there anything else? To those girls is a prepositional phrase um, telling us how the boy was talking to the girls and therefore working as an adverb. So it's like they have to say all that stuff so that they learn by rote repetition the actual reasoning behind things. You went too fast for me. I didn't pay attention enough for class. I just started a video game, plan based on the orderly world of grammar. That sounds fun. So yeah, that's it's like it's kind of it's kind of like inspiring when you think about the ways that education, when it does work, how well it works and what it accomplishes. And then, of course, the awareness of how that represents a stark minority of instances of actual education is becomes, I guess, the preeminent notion at that point. Like, it makes me just hate education as it is in schools and the nightmare of wrongness implicit in everybody's approach to everything because people aren't informed by a cognitive function understanding that allows them to correctly explain why certain kids have certain deficit areas and other strengths and vice versa. Your daughter's doing Common Core math and I do not like it. What don't you like about it? I'm curious. I'm not really sure what Common Core math curriculum looks like. one of the benefits of Common Core, it would seem to me, should be that you've got all the students at a certain grade level taking the same test on the same uh, material having been taught. So at least it provides a somewhat objective way to evaluate the teacher. You have to go through too many steps to get the right answer. Well, so you're saying that it's teaching a less efficient way than of getting the answer than you could you could use? I don't I don't know. I have never really taught math, although conditional logic is sometimes taught in math classes, and I have taught conditional logic. 2 plus 2 equals 4. 3 plus 3 equals 6. 4 plus 4 equals 8. 5 plus 5 equals 11. I surprised you there at the end. You were expecting me to say 10, but I switched it up on you. In a way, yes, because you have more of a chance to make a mistake. Well, my objection to math from the perspective of having been a student in school at some point a long time ago is that nobody did a good job of explaining to me what what we were doing intellectually, what kind of intellectual work we were doing with math. It was just sort of presented completely with no explanation of why or what how this was informative of anything, you know? Somebody should have said right at the beginning, first of all, remember that math is a way to both accurately describe and or determine things about physical relationships in the world. At the heart of Common Core math are the 8 standards for mathematical practice. Oh, 8 standards, huh? You gotta plus the pluses. Standard number 1. Standard number 2. Remember, the top of the thing is called the bottom of the thing is called the denominator, and the top of the thing is called the numerator. That's number 2. Number 3. 3.14 is plenty of digits for pi. Number 4. Squares, circles, triangles, all different things. Like somebody should have said way back at the beginning, to explain what math is and why it exists and why it's worthwhile to use it, to know it, to understand things. It's if we have a triangle and you try to tell me how is a triangle different than a circle in words, I might say, well, a triangle's got points on it and a circle is smooth all around. And that would be one way to distinguish them. Like I could say, if you had just one triangle and one circle, I'd be able to tell them apart. Well, the pointy one is a triangle. But what if I had also a diamond shape? Now that also has pointy parts on it. Now I can distinguish between the circle. I know that the circle's not a triangle, but I don't know that the diamond's not a triangle because my criterion, they both have pointy parts, applies to both of them. Math allows us to define what a triangle is using numbers so that we can determine definitively whether it is a triangle or not. A triangle is something that has 3 angles totally in 360 degrees, right? So that's that's what somebody needed to tell me at the beginning so that I understood why math. But nobody ever did tell me that. Reason abstractly and quantitatively, construct viable arguments. And you'll note that none of those things is there any reference to what we're doing exactly, what all of this stuff is that we're doing, why we're doing it. And the reason is so that we can deal with the physical world definitionally. I'm not going to enjoy a cloud cake, I can tell you. I'm not a fan of Noam Chomsky at all. I think he is intellectually very weak. I should have answered your first question with, I really don't know how to do it, and therefore when she brings me home a math worksheet and needs help, I'm unable to help her. I mean, just because I've been very unimpressed by Noam Chomsky before doesn't mean that that particular lecture is necessarily unimpressive, bad, or not something that I could learn something from. But I'm very skeptical because, from my experience, Noam Chomsky is not very rigorous. He makes a lot of connections by placing things next to each other and saying, "See," he's um, he seems to be guilty of reification fallacies left and right. It's like, let's play reification fallacy for the next 45 minutes. But I don't know. A lot of people seem to like him. I don't know why. It's not that there aren't thinkers that I do respect. David Berlinski is somebody who's an excellent thinker. Well worth listening to his explanations of things. Because Chomsky seems affirmational in his argumentational slanting. In other words, he's trying to affirm something. But successfully affirming things requires that you be oriented naturally towards negation. Because to successfully affirm things means to present something defensively, to be hyper aware of how and where it might be argumentationally weak, critiquable, falsifiable, etc. Cognitive functions, the correct understanding and explanation of cognitive functions seems to have a lot of potential revolutionary energy in that it answers so many questions in such a satisfying fashion that aren't answered by any other frame. They aren't answered under any other frame in any satisfactory way. It it would be the solution to epidemic of projected frames of reference pathologizing competing frames of reference. That's an absolute epidemic. People do it all the time. And part of the reason they do it is because there's no explanation for why that person isn't socially graceful and aware of social awkwardness stuff in the way that you are. Cognitive functioning explains it by talking about where your extroverted feeling is, and that's what that function does. And if it's in your blind spot, then you might seem to be oblivious to certain social things that other people normally pick up on. You might say have a difficult time producing a sentence that in the first instance is normal and in the second sarcastic, um, and those kind of things. You might uh, have an odd relationship with eye contact, either avoiding it or making too much eye contact or something like that. There's no explanation for that deficit without cognitive functions that isn't pathologizing that deficit. Like, there's nothing wrong with somebody who's got FE polar. They're not on the autism spectrum. They're just displaying their prioritization of alternative manners of attention, particularly TE tool. So, cognitive functions, if it were broadly accepted and understood as the correct frame of reference through which to understand that kind of differentiation, then it has a lot of potentially revolutionary power uh, to answer questions, solve actual problems that are inducing harm on people in the status quo by the vehicle of being correct and actually having answers that make sense and stuff. But it seems as though while that may indeed have a lot of potential energy to revolutionize things, if it were on top of a hill, then that would be great. However, it's on the bottom of the hill, and I've long since understood that I'm never going to push it up to the top of the hill. I don't know if it ever will be pushed up to the top of the hill. My main point is that nothing is objectively true. Whose main point is that? Let me see. I maybe missed the first part of this. I haven't seen this channel before. Think about it. Part of his analysis of natural language is that things, words, concepts in natural language are simultaneously abstract and concrete. They're not, though. This is a kind of metaphor that's such bullshit, right? In fact, words are examples of us doing one of two different things communicatively. We're either conveying information, which means we're using words definitionally. In other words, we're trying to provide an operational definition for a term so that parties who dispute this central thesis can mean the same thing and do the same thing with the same word that they're using. Or we're using words to express ourselves like Noam Chomsky does. He doesn't want to define terms. He doesn't want to mean things precisely. He's fine being lost in metaphor because he's not prioritizing a definitional frame of reference that thinks words are there to be evaluated objectively based on their set relationships. So that's really what definition is in terms of like a ground argument, right? When I'm using words to say blah, 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 I'm doing so for a particular reason and under the frame of reference and the assumption that words function as such. That, in fact, if you don't mean something specific when you say something, that you're just blah, blah, blah noise. That there's no information that I can glean from what you're saying. You're just appealing to and preferring vagueness over doing intellectual work with language. Things we can do intellectual work for language, and there are some words that are purely abstract, that is to say, they're about the set relations and definitional relationships between words, and there are some words that reference something concrete. Those are different kinds of nouns. we have different kinds of statements as well. There are descriptive statements, predictive statements, normative statements, and prescriptive statements. And that's it. We also have statements that are technically descriptive, but that are actually just metaphors, statements that maybe don't have any truth value, like silence is golden. Technically, it's false, maybe you could say. Silence doesn't have a color. But understanding that it's meant metaphorically, it doesn't have a truth value because it's just describing an equivalence between things that are actually not equivalent to attempt to highlight the person's awareness of the value of the thing or something, right? So it has an illocutionary purpose. It's intended to do something, but you can't treat it as you could a statement that people are using words that to mean specific things. In other words, there's a difference between speaking in metaphor and doing intellectual work with language. And Noam Chomsky does not get the difference. Our main point seems is that nothing is objectively true. That's absolutely not the case, right? Truth is a status we afford to statements, usually when they're in dispute. And certain kind of statements, we can resolve the issue of its truth status by using the appropriate metric. For example, if I make a statement that I was not at the 7-Eleven at 11 o'clock at night, they can look at the surveillance footage, evaluate the accuracy of my statement in comparison to the surveillance footage by seeing if I was there or not, right? That's the metric we use to evaluate the truth value of the statement, I was not at 7-Eleven at 11 o'clock last night. In other kinds of statements, we use other evaluatory metrics. The idea that we can never correctly assign the status of true to a statement is false. That's why I hate Noam Chomsky. That's why I hate Noam Chomsky. He's a wronger. He's full of wrongness, and people love it. People eat it up. Because it sounds like maybe he's saying something, I guess. And it kind of sounds like he's saying something smart, I guess. He's not saying shit because he's not smart. I think you've described language in the past as the accountability form through which we establish the truth of things. That's a great description of it. Thank you, Alex T. Well, he makes the point that goes back to Frege's theory of fixing references, but that's a symbolic system to describe something which is the goal of science, and he differs natural language from that. Well, the thing is, people can use natural language to be rigorous and do intellectual work, or they can not do it for that purpose. The fact that language is versatile in that way and that it can do either thing is not an indication that you can't be as rigorous using natural language in describing something or in articulating something as you can with numbers, for example. You absolutely can. And it's insane to say that you can't. Insane and wrong. I need to put this thing. The thing is, natural language doesn't have a purpose, right? People use it purposefully in various ways for various purposes. Of course, he's just projecting his own inability to use it rigorously as a universal, that it cannot be used rigorously. Chomsky creeps you out? He doesn't creep me out. He makes me go rage core. It's like, will people who don't mean things when they say things stop saying things as though they mean them? He's not saying things that mean anything. The thing about truth that people don't get is that the reason you can't come up with a good definition for truth is because it's the definition of it is not distinct from the mechanism by which it's determined. So, like the fact that the thing I'm determining to establish the truth of a descriptive statement about where I was last night is different than the thing I use to determine the correctness of a statement about, say, normative ethics. With a normative ethics kind of statement, it's going to be purely about definitions and observations, whereas, in other words, about things that are universally true and things that are defined to do specific work. Whereas, if you're making descriptive statements about the physical world, you're going to use empirical evidence that either verifies or falsifies the thing, if there is such. So when we want to define truth, we see in that instance that there's no single thing we can pick up on, except for the fact that in both instances, it was validated. If it's validated by the appropriate metric, it attains the status of true. And we can talk about what attaining the status of true does argumentationally, but that'll be the same for everything that attains the status of true, even though they attained it according to different evaluation metrics. Like, if I'm telling you how much something weighs, I use a scale to weigh it. If I'm telling you how long something is, I use a ruler. So therefore, weight and length are different things because we have different tools to measure them. Truth is just one word, but it's the same thing as weight and length, right? In some kind of statements, we use this kind of scale, and in some kind of statements, we use this kind of scale. So is it really a single thing that we're talking about? No. But it is once we reduced the thing down to its status of true or not. Then once it has that status works the same no matter how we got there argumentationally. No, I said, what are we doing when we're using math? My point is that we're trying to be definitional in our description and sometimes prediction of physicalities, physical relationships. Definitional doesn't always end up correct when measured against actualities. Like, for example, the Bravo nuclear test, Castle Bravo nuclear test, ended up being like twice as big as they expected. That doesn't mean their calculations were necessarily incorrect. They may have failed to account for a certain thing, but all their calculations were correct, right? So, um, but the point is, like, if I want to make sure that you and I both get as much corn, and I've got one corn that measures 1 foot long and two corns that measure 6 inches, well, I can say we both got the same length of corn. Using the power of addition. You react the same way when you hear Jordan Peterson? Jordan Peterson doesn't make me quite as mad because he's not being wrong about as intellectual of stuff, I guess. Like, Noam Chomsky is swimming in waves he has no capacity to surf at his level of surfing skill. And he's out there obliviously getting on waves, crashing and pretending he had a great ride. Jordan Peterson's like, he reminds me of like a kid discovering atheism for the first time or something. Like, I can make observations about animals and compare them to people. This is great. I'm going to play around with this for a while. I can explain everything about people in terms of how it helps hunter-gatherers. You see, back when we were hunter-gatherers, it was always helpful to have somebody who was more anxious than somebody else so that they'd be scared to preserve the well-being of the troop. I see, and that's why I have anxiety. Yes, that's why you have anxiety. You evolved anxiously. He's an evolutionary psychologist. What a joke. Yeah, that's one of my habitual things to do is the point is, or look, the point is, obviously I end up saying many points, so none of them are the point. Another thing I say that I actually am aware of, and I wasn't really aware of that, but is that I say right too much. Like, blah, 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 right? 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 I'd like to cut that down, cut that out somewhat. I've noticed that Dinosaur Adventures guy, who's also an ANTP, he does that too. So, blah, 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 and he sees the thing, right? That's why I kind of like this lecture series because it's not so ginormous in scope of world powers and WO stuff. Yeah, that's where he goes off the rails with his reification fallacies a lot of times. And the fundamental attribution bias. Just because things turned out a certain way doesn't mean somebody intended them to. I think it's a lot harder to achieve the outcomes in the world that you expect to, the grander your plan is, you know. Goes to show how often that person using that phrase is finding themselves explaining things to someone, trying to get it through to them because it's used for emphasis, probably after a ramble. I mean, I see Alex T as indicative of the FE absolute value. I'm ex- I'm explaining this to you because I want you to agree with me, and I believe in the power of getting from A to B with language via agreement and steps. I've said this. You agree with this, right? And then this follows from that we've already agreed to, okay? And then this follows from that. And so I think it's uh it's an attempt to be on the same page with the other person as to where we're going and what we're doing. And it kicks in as a bit of a tick when I'm getting pushback on things and not being able to do that. Well, I mean, it's like I may be a debate coach professionally. I may get into plenty of arguments with people, but that's not what I'm trying to do per se. I'm trying to explain things so that other people understand them and agree with me. I've kind of given up in some sense on the idea that explaining things well results in agreement. But, it's so different when you're coaching debate, right? Because if I say, because nobody's attached to any of the stuff, I say, now look, when we're on AF, we say this. If they respond with our counter, we answer that with this. But when we're on neg, if they say this, we respond with this counter. And then then they won't have our answer to that counter. But if they do, then you just say that chain's a wash. So it's like I got to make sure they understand what the argument is, what the warrant is, what the impact is, and how it's responsive to the previous thing. So when I check for them to understand that, I'm not checking that they agree that that argument is correct, right? I'm checking that they understand exactly what that argument is and how to use it. Yeah, I'm trying to get some sort of plural agreement, even if that person's not cognitively built to agree with me. Or more precisely, even if that person's not cognitively built to think that language should be used to find agreement about statements. Cognitively thick. So, like if in any argument I could remove everybody from the argument and say, okay, let's go to debate class and prepare cases on both sides of this. Like here's our AF case for evolution, and here's our neg case for evolution. And people were only interested in being able to win both sides of the argument. Everybody would be distressed. Like, how am I going to win AF? I have no answers to any of these neg attacks and stuff. Because then you wouldn't be evaluating it from the perspective of already having a position that you care about. You'd be evaluating it as, hey, this resolution is skewed. Who AF's going to win like 20% of the time. How do you defeat this? That's how people would respond to evolution if I could do that. If I could somehow remove our conversation from me talking to you about it and you being wrong and me not listening to me, to we're all on the same team. We have to win both sides of this in every round, ideally. Then people would come to understand the problem that the app has and how this is a terrible resolution because it skews so heavily neg. Like I remember the topic on what was it called? There was this prospective plan to give South Korea a certain kind of missile defense system, high altitude, yeah. Thanks, New Group. And the arguments were basically it's provocative, it's going to cause more problems on the neg, and also it won't ultimately work. It's deficient to solve completely, and any incomplete solvency will ignite a larger war. So the only solvency that matters is complete solvency. And then on the aft, the argument was essentially balancing the military playing field, that North Korea's got a way bigger military than South Korea, etc. You know, I remember losing to in one round, watching a round when my kids were in it, and my kids lost to them arguing that we should give South Korea this thing that were on the aft. And it was this resolution was skewed neg because there was a lot more evidence, just there were a lot better cards to be cut about the harms of saber rattling going too far and igniting actual conflict, and North Korea's instability and unpredictability and stuff like that, than there were cards in defense of this air defense system, because all you could do was cut like hardware specs that it was this effective against this many things, but it wasn't perfectly effective, and if it instigated a negative response from North Korea, then it was a bad idea to do it. Anyway, skewed neg. And kids' lessons 1 round 2, that we should give them the high altitude things so that then they can then remove them, which will ease tensions between North Korea and South Korea. Which, of course, is insane to think we could lose to that, because they're negating by saying we should affirm first and then remove them. No, or yeah, I think they were negating by doing that. Maybe they were affirming by doing that. But the point is, all the benefits they were getting were benefits from removing the thing that they were advocating putting in. So obviously they should not have won the round, but my kids didn't do a good job responding to that stuff. I don't remember exactly why I was going to tell that story. I was linking it to something else. That's right, Thad. Right, that the tension easing power of removing this thick, I guess, outweighed the tension inducing power of putting it in, and overall it was a good idea to put it in and then take it away. It must have been a pretty big round too, because I remember it. I couldn't believe we lost to that. It's a tough one to exactly, explain why you shouldn't lose to that, though. Because technically, if they're correct that it would somehow instigate, say, 20 units of instability by putting it in, and then de-instigate 30 units of stability, by inducing 30 units of stability by taking it out, then technically that's a good reason to affirm, I guess. But there's no reasonable person would conclude that they have a definitive way to determine that, right? Portmanteau. Portmanteau. Nougat. You nougat. Right, it's not measurable, but you could make arguments like it's consistent with psychology of the North Korean leadership that they're typically beneficent in their dealings with things after they get their way over an international conflict or something like that. You can make those kind of arguments. I don't know, pretty squirrely ass. Squirrely as fuck. Yeah. But even thinking about it now and talking about it now, it's still hard to negate. Because if you can make the arguments that you're gaming North Korea successfully by doing this, and you've got the cards to back that up, the best, most real world actual argument against that is you're saying it's a good gamble, but regardless, it begins with instigating more destabilization, and that might be the tipping point there. You might start the war before you even have a chance to restabilize. There's no good reason to believe that you're both right in your predictions that it will about destabilization and restabilization, that in general, and so precisely right that you know this isn't the tipping point already here. There's no reason we should gamble on your predictions, blah blah blah, when even a little bit of increased instability might cause war. It begins with risk, and the neg doesn't pay the same cost because they never play with that risk. That's a good way to put it, Alex. Alec, very good way to put it. If we stay in the status quo, the current amount of stability and instability stays the same. And the AF, if they're going to make that argument they're making, should have to establish that if we don't do some kind of change, the status quo will increase in instability and go south. And that's why we have to put in this thick thing, either to protect them when war does occur, or that it's going to have some kind of preventative or deterrent effect. You bigot. You bigamist. A bigamist is different than a bigot. A bigamist has more than one wife. A bigot is somebody who has bigotedness. Don't have bigotedness. Be non-bigoted. They should establish the status quo cannot remain as it is because there's some sort of trouble already or forthcoming. Right, but the problem is if they do establish that things are deteriorating, there's some kind of problem that's existing or forthcoming. In other words, if they establish inherency, then they have to somehow justify first increasing that destabilization before decreasing it. And if in fact there's urgency to take action now because we're on course to too much instability, then there's no reason to believe your initial affirmation won't be the tipping point. Isn't debate fun? I think our official policy is sit on our hands. I wish that were our official policy. Sometimes I don't. I wish that were our official policy with Venezuela. I wish that hadn't been our official policy with Ukraine. We seem to intervene in all the wrong places and not intervene in all the right places. Or wrong places, or whatever. You finish that sentence for me. I like the way they work it. No biggity. I'm a bigamist. Biggity bigot. I'm MC Biggity Bigot. I'm the rapper with all the niggets. Would the Neg basically have to say that the only solution the app is arguing for is the one with inherent risk, whereas there may be some solutions without the same risk. Well, you have to argue that you have to win the inherency argument in part. You have to say, no, the status quo is not on course to war. There's, it's, and the best way to establish that is to point to historical examples of higher tensions between the two countries that did not lead to war and say, I've got these 10 examples from history, historical data, this date, this date, this date, this date, and give each of them a name or something. So each of these is an instance where tensions were dramatically higher between the two countries than they are now, and none of those moments of tension actually resulted in war. That wow, I mean, I remember that one of the things we talked about a lot was that while Kim Jong Un may be crazy, he's not stupid, and he, no matter how crazy he is or stupid, he still has self-preservation as a as a as a determining factor for decision making. Like he knows that if he starts open war with South Korea, that if it gets big enough that he will lose his regime, Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, that stuff there about its effectiveness was one of the reasons why it skewed so heavily neg, because it only could provide some solvency for some weapons. But when something skews heavily neg, then you do that tricky after those people used against us and go, wow, we're going to put it in so we can take it right out again. That'll make the North Koreans so happy. They'll be like, we totally won that fight. It'll be like their Cuban Missile Crisis. We told them you better take those things away, and they took them away. And now we're super happy. I guess I remember it partially because maybe I was jealous I didn't come up with it. I did plenty of tricky shit like that, but that one wasn't mine. So wait a second. Trump's floating the idea of paying Greenlanders to vote to become part of the United States. How is he going to check to see if they did what they promised to do? Like, what's to stop them from taking the $10,000 and just voting to stay part of Denmark or whatever they're part of? See, that a formal debate is sort of a private, stylized form of discussion. Well, it's very jargonized, you could say. very teched out sometimes, techniqued out, form of discussion, argumentation, not really practiced outside the discipline, not even in most spaces claiming the word debate. Right. Why does he want Greenland so much? It's like, these are questions one has about Trump. Why does he hate Mexicans so much? Why does he want Greenland so much? Why is he such a big believer in tariffs? Why does he hate Ukraine and like Russia? I mean, and there's no answer to those questions because he arbitrarily feels like it. Greenland's a republic. It's not. It's its own country. I didn't know that. Unless you meant Republican. I don't think he meant that, though. I guess he asked himself, why not want Greenland? It's going to get the best Greenland. It's going to be with the best people and the best stuff, all gold, all with the big word Trump all over it. It's going to be spectacular. Greenland, we're going to change the name to Trumpland. It's going to be wonderful. No, it was a joke. I said Republican. Huh. I actually thought you were Winston's mom. That's why I read that as Republic. I thought she was informing me that it wasn't part of Denmark. But it is part of Denmark. Well, good for Greenland. Trump likes Russia. Didn't know that. Well, I don't know if he likes Russia, but he sides with Russia in their dispute with Ukraine primarily. He certainly doesn't think it's in the U.S.'s interest to preserve Ukraine's sovereignty in the face of Russian aggression. Well, that's all well and good. And that's a good reason not to use military force in actual Russian territory. That would be too provocative. Russia and the U.S. have a long history of proxy wars. There's no reason why we couldn't have one in Ukraine without nukes being exchanged. It all has to do with the fact that Trump's a narcissist. Well, I don't know if Trump's a narcissist or not. He might be, maybe he's not. I'm not really sure. But he's a man who lives in a world of his own arbitrary making. You know? The world in which he exists is just made up of things he randomly believes for whatever reason, and and things that disagree with that. They're all bad and shitty, and then there's Trump and things he loves and things that love him, and those are good things, and everything else is shitty things. Yeah, I mean, maybe not now. The, the circumstances have changed. It's kind of too late now, but back when Donetsk and Luhansk were uh, being invaded by undercover Russian troops who instigated violence in those cities, that was the time when the U.S. needed to put boots on the ground and say, sorry, Russia, you're not crossing Ukraine's boundaries. And if you do, you're going to face the full force and might of the U.S. military. Meanwhile, the Russian military, I saw this video where this like lieutenant in charge of this group of men, she told them how they didn't have any guns for them. They had to go get their own guns and find their own ammunition. No, I don't think that's true, Sarah Jones. I think he doesn't. He doesn't. I think he does care about making decisions that are beneficial for the U.S. I just don't trust his judgment about that. He also cares about doing things that are good for him, sure, but he's not trying to hurt the U.S. He's not ill-intentioned. He's just incapable of. He's not. He's not. He's way out of his league of things that he can do well. You know, almost never do you have people like ill-intentioned on that level, right? Like even Hitler thought he was doing what was best for Germany, even though he was certainly ill-intentioned to certain portions of that population. Um, he went to his death believing his had been a righteous and just cause. He was super wrong. I don't think he's a fanboy of Putin. I think he sides with Russia in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Oh, I see. Winston's mom said that. I mean, I think he sees a like-minded autocrat in Putin. They might both be the same personality type. Hi, Rachel. I think the world is well served to remember that most bad stuff happens not because people want bad stuff to happen. Generally, it's because people believe they're doing the right thing and unable to recognize their inability to make that determination. No, I think it does enter into his calculations. It's just that how he determines whether something is beneficial to the US is not different than what he feels slash intuits is beneficial to the US. And that's not very reliable. So it's not the case that deporting a bunch of Mexicans benefited him directly in any way. He believes it's for the best thing for the US. He's wrong about that, but he nevertheless is doing what he thinks is best for the US. It does not benefit him personally to have tariffs on a bunch of shit, but and it doesn't benefit the US either, but he thinks it does because he doesn't evaluate things, the correctness of things by looking for consistency with outcomes, observations, or anything else. He determines the correctness of things with his feelings and his weak intuition. You think I give him too much credit? I mean, I'm not giving him credit for anything. I'm just saying that it's a mistake to think that someone is ill-intentioned when really they're just incredibly stupid. I think you're giving him too much credit. He's shaking hands with Putin while sending weapons to Ukraine is a conflict of interest, if you ask me. Well, I mean, the thing is, he's always been, it's always been his position that somehow Ukraine is the problem here, that they're not just capitulating and finding a peaceful resolution to this by giving in to Putin. Oh, thanks, Alec T. I appreciate that. Alex says assigning malice is giving a lot of credit, supervillain credit, and that's a good point, Eric. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's also the case, obviously, that Trump has his own financial problems, and if there's something he can do as president that can benefit him personally and financially, I certainly wouldn't put it past him. I think that's very much something that he would do, but he's kind of like unaware probably of the hypocrisy. Kind of hypocrisy proof from his own perspective. Right, he probably thinks Russia has better leverage for the negotiations that should compromise, and he doesn't see the U.S. as being leader of the free world or anything. He sees U.S. hegemony as ways to further U.S. interests, regardless of whether it's legitimate. Right. Anybody who's looking to the outcomes and comparing against the policy to see if the policy is producing the outcomes intended would say, oh, it's not. Let's reverse course. Trump is not doing that. That's what I'm saying. He's not checking for consistency, seeing if what he predicted is actually the outcome that comes out. He's not checking against that. That's not how he evaluates whether things are working or not. If he's presented with that, he'll just shake his head and say it's fake news. That's bullshit. It's just people who hate me trying to make my ideas seem like they're not working out. But I know with my intuition and my feelings that they must be working out because I've been authentic to my own arbitrariness. I mean, yeah, a fly guy, I don't think he sees us. I think he's kind of sees it's kind of like he's got kind of a un unarticulated American exceptionalism thing underlying what he's doing that basically is both American exceptionalism without any of the duties as a leader or in civility or something. I don't know. Like, he didn't seem to realize we're past the age of empires here. We're not going to go conquer Greenland and Venezuela and make ourselves richer or something. Trump considers $10 billion bailout for farmers as tariffs disrupt the market. Okay. Well, it's not a calculation for him. He's not making the determination about what's best for the US by looking at all the various policy arguments on either side. So it's for him it's not a determination. He's not capable of doing those kind of determinations. So it's just his intuition. And um probably if he's aware of the farmers things, he just thinks, well, you know, let me just solve that thing without linking it back to my previous decision at all, or reevaluating the legitimacy of that or the wisdom of that. He's just like a lot of people married to his position regardless because he's not using like an objective calculus to determine things. Like he's very hypocrisy proof. He's not aware when he floats the idea of paying that money to the farmers that this invalidates stuff he said about the tariffs or that it invalidates his predicted outcomes of the tariffs. He's moved on from those thoughts. Remember, talk is cheap. This is his core motto and core way of being. Talk is cheap. Why are you talking about something from the past? We've got a new problem to solve here. These farmers need money. Let's see. Who do I know that I can funnel some of this money back to me through? He is helping America by solving this problem for the farmers and benefiting a little bit himself too. and his inner circle, maybe, sure. He's not thinking about the fact that, oh shit, I was wrong before. Maybe the way I'm going about making decisions is wrong entirely. He's incapable of being that person. If Trump hired you to be on his panel, do you think you'd blow up on him and get fired? Maybe eventually. Right. And that's the other thing to note here. He doesn't involve even engage in cronyism because he cannot he cannot stay in a productive relationship with any other big cronies. They all get mad and leave and stuff. He's a crook and a racist. Well, I mean, he's he definitely has an irrational dislike of Mexicans. It seems indisputable. And whether he's a crook or not, he's not trustworthy. He he's like kind of crooked in the sense that he hired out places to have like rallies and stuff, and then never paid his bills, and like he's got all that stuff going on. But I I would actually say, in some sense, he's less less criminal than say like Bill Clinton or something. But Bill Clinton was a better president. I don't know. I have a hard time getting a handle on just how bad Trump is versus just how stupid he is sometimes. It's like, are you really a criminal if you somehow are deluded into believing that you either are not breaking the law or that it doesn't apply to you because you're just that dumb? I'm not sure. It's like, I might find him not guilty by reason of mental defect. Well, I mean, remember Sarah Jones that in the Clinton administration, which I think Clinton was a great president, but when having learned some things in the Epstein stuff, like when he was president, Air Force One was referred to by the Secret Service as Lolita One. Well, I mean, he he does care. Otherwise, he wouldn't do things like put up a picture of Biden's signature on the wall if he wasn't emotionally involved in everything. He cares a little because he won't release them without redactions. Yeah, I mean, I think it's an open question as to whether Trump is the kind of supervillain like Diddy or Epstein. Um, I've not really heard much about him being predatory in that way, even though he's a pig. Like talk he doesn't talk about women right or anything. But he's emotionally involved in the fact that he lost an election to Biden, and that makes him look like an election, like a loser, not what Biden actually did as president. I don't think anybody's too concerned with what Biden did as president because Biden didn't do anything as president. Oh, really, Sarah Jones? Okay, well, I didn't know that. I try not to look into that stuff too much because it's super depressing. And if I hear too many details about a story, then it'll be a psychic wound. Anyways, I remember hearing about that stuff from the first election when with the porn star lady, but nothing about that seemed non-consensual from what I heard. So I don't know. Maybe there are convincing testimonials regarding Trump's predatory behavior, but I'm inclined to err on the side of caution because uh, a lot of people have very strong political motivations to potentially defame him. I'm a little hesitant to to condemn him for kinds of bad behavior that I'm not sure he's guilty of. He's There's plenty of bad things that he is guilty of. They're just ineptitudes and wrongnesses and stuff to condemn Trump. But one of the most condemnable parts of him really is just how divisive he is, right? The president's job is to represent all the American people, but you've got half the population at least, you know, going into histrionics about how he's the worst president ever when he's obviously not anywhere close to that, at least yet. His term's not over yet, but when I say he doesn't care, I'm saying he doesn't care about anything to the U.S. interest or people in the U.S. beyond himself. He cares deeply when he's hurt by things that counteract his self-image. Well, I mean, he does believe he cares about U.S. interests. I think that's the case. I think that you can very easily say that when he's doing yeah, it's not in the country's best interest. But to say that he's doing it even though it doesn't have anything to do with his interests, not because he believes it to be a good idea, is not something that makes sense very much. Yeah, he's very destabilizing. He was in his first term too. Um, Obviously, unpredictable arbitrariness is destabilizing. No, he doesn't care about you as an interest. That's the whole thing. It plays no role in his judgment. Right. Well, he's not thinking about the country as being me. He's thinking about the country as being his, you know, weird object of analysis that he's created and thinking what's best of it, basically by saying things he doesn't like. And then he tries to solve them. He doesn't like Mexicans, so he tries to solve the problem by blah, blah, blah. He thinks it's in the U.S.'s best interest because, after all, it's consistent with what he feels. And combined with that, with his weak intuition, that's all the confirmation he needs is in the country's interest. He very actively dislikes, doesn't want them to have good things. People who aren't on Team Trump, and he cares about people who aren't Team Trump in the sense that they validate him, and he thinks that they're the good guys, but he's not going to be a good agent for their interests because he's not good at evaluating what's good policy. – Like, let's talk about Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson did the Trail of Tears with the Cherokee Indians being displaced from their land and put into a reservation a long ways away. And it's kind of like Death March thing, right? And he did it despite the fact that the Supreme Court sided with the Indians. He said, well, the Supreme Court can make its army stop me. And that's one of the darkest moments in American history. But even Andrew Jackson, I'm confident, believed he was doing what was for the best of the country that he understood the country to be. Did that mean he didn't really consider the Indians to be part of the country? Yes. Was he correct in doing that? No. But nevertheless, it's incorrect to say that he thought he was doing harm to the country when he made that decision. Many things are just not good in the world these days. Yeah, the whole ICE shit is freaking horrible. I'm not saying that Trump is correct. Keep that in mind. I'm just saying that um, Trump doesn't like Mexicans, and therefore he thinks that their presence in the country makes the country worse. Therefore, he wants to deport them. The problem is he has trouble distinguishing between how he feels about something and whether or not well, he's just like Jeff Shaw. Jeff Shaw came around here sometime back under the name Tuts. And at one point, I said, like, well, just because I don't like something doesn't mean there's something wrong with it and it needs to change. And Jeff Shaw said, well, of course there's something wrong with it. Otherwise, why wouldn't you like it? That's T.I. Polar. That's T.I. Polar, right? Of course there's something wrong with it, thinks Trump. I don't like it. Of course it needs to change. I don't like it. That's as sophisticated as his cognition gets. I pointed out to Jeff Shaw, and I'll point out now, that I don't like mayonnaise. That doesn't mean I think it shouldn't exist or needs to be different than it is. Oh, well, he definitely doesn't get what it means to be president at all. He utterly fails in the most important jobs of the office. But utterly failing to do the most important job of the office, namely to be the narration for the country, what it is, what it's doing, why it's doing it, to explain things, to be a uniter of a single nation, to represent all the people of the nation, including the ones who didn't vote for you, to win the arguments, to be correct, to make good, prudent decisions based on determinate calculations, and listen to advisors, to acknowledge expertise of experts where it's relevant, etc. He's failed to do any and all of that stuff consistently. Absolutely. And he's also not started the war in the Middle East like George W. Bush. And he's also not led the push and successfully get past a catastrophically bad Affordable Care Act. And, and on that criterion of not doing harm, Biden was fantastic compared to Trump. Trump's doing much more harm than Biden did, but not nearly as much harm as Obama or George W. Bush yet. And part of overcoming the Trump phenomenon is not being like him. Instead, being correct and sober-minded in our evaluations of things. Well, I've not. That may be the case, Rachel, but I've not encountered any information, evidence, testimonials myself that have convinced me of that. And until I do encounter such evidence, I'm going to err on the side of assuming innocence. I'm not going to take a chance of possibly defaming him. And I am going to keep in mind the fact that because he's so politically polarizing, such a lightning rod, one has to be cautious with the motivations of somebody trying to position him as a predator in that regard. I've encountered myself a massive campaign of somebody accusing me of the worst kind of predator stuff not that long ago, right? And of course, it's all completely nonsense. I'm not like that at all. Now, Trump's, I don't doubt, more angling in that direction than I am. But I'm wary about making accusations of things that a person may not be guilty of, you know? It seems pretty clear he doesn't have a very warm relationship with his wife. But yeah, guys can talk in bad ways, but some of the ways he's talked are, you know, certainly validate unwanted touching, maybe. I've heard him say such things before. But in some sense, I'm kind of lean towards Simple Girls. Locker room talk is intended to be kind of shocking. It's not necessarily reflective of realities. I don't know. I think we can all agree that it's very unlikely in his current capacity at age whatever he is as president that he's continuing any kind of predatory behavior is currently engaged in it. I just think that there's no way stuff wouldn't come out in this very charged discursive environment if that were happening currently. Yeah, Joe Biden was known as being very handsy as well. Uh, I don't know what further we might conclude from that about him, but I also think that during his term as president, he was not, exploiting people in that way because he was super old and had dementia. Regardless, I'm not trying to say Trump's a good guy who's going to die under the pearly gates and they're going to say, you live the pure life. No, I'm not trying to say that. Wait, why did that come on? That's weird. Trump's son bragged that most of their money came from Russia, and that was pre-presidency. Trump seems like a puppet. They're giving that woman a cushy cell to live in, that disgusting woman. Who, Maxine Gidwell? Hey, Dreamsy Smokes. He bankrupted 6 casinos, for Christ's sakes. Well, you know, it wouldn't shock me if he did get a lot of money from Russia, because, but I'm not even sure that means they bought him. He was like already on their side. What do you think they should do to her? She's in jail cell, but you think she should get capital punishment or something? He thinks it's magnets don't get wet. If magnets get wet, they don't work. Well, what if they're magnets made out of sugar? I mean, she has a better cell than other prisoners. Is that what you're saying? She has some sort of like luxury cell? I didn't know they had such things. What bothers me is he sends all that money overseas while we have many here suffering, and I don't think he cares. He sends what money overseas? His own money or taxpayer dollars? How many stories of Epstein being allowed to leave and just come back? Oh yeah, well he had the story of how the cops dealt with him in previous instances of being of sex crimes, is just insanely appalling. It's incredibly appalling. And the same thing is true with all the Diddy stuff. Like the failure on the part of local authorities to investigate and prosecute crimes that were reported because some famous person, either bribed them or played some sort of connection card. It's just insane. It's so appalling. But I would love to see some localities go back and try to prosecute some of these crimes if the statute of limitation hasn't expired, once Diddy gets out from his federal term. I think finding things to hate about people is not good for you. I tend to agree that we're ill-served to pay attention to what makes us mad. Because, and I think one of the ways it manifests is that people are mad and they're looking for other people to be mad in the same way. And if the other people are not mad in the same way, then they'll get mad at those people. I understand that it's natural to be outraged by outrageous shit, but it's also the case that there's a temptation to totalize things, right? This guy is just evil. There's nothing you can say about him that affords him any credit in any way. I think whenever we create totalized villains, we're avoiding doing the kind of stuff that actually has any kind of solvency in favor of hating the bad guy, I get it. It's like I was made really mad by this psychology lady that Rachel showed me, and I was thinking about it for quite a while afterwards. And it's like, it's who fucking kidding you? Yeah, I think Fly Guy is saying, in general, there's a thing that we can do, which is focus on something horrible and be very mad about it. And that it doesn't make us feel very good ultimately. I think that's what he's saying. Virgil disagrees with me because I give him too much credit as a person. I mean, I'm not giving him very much credit. You've got to be, you have to have a significant lack of self awareness to be doing a bunch of bad things or doing harm and not hating yourself or having some kind of ontological crisis. You've got to be lost in some kind of delusion that allows you to ignore the emotionally scarring impacts of having done harm, you know? Then we put Maduro in power. I'm not sure what the story of Maduro is, really. I mean, I don't think we really do feel differently, Rachel. I, I'm not giving credit to Trump or anything. I'm not supporting him or suggesting he's a good president or a good guy. I'm just saying that like Diddy seems like the kind of villain who got off on being villainous specifically, like a truly evil who found pleasure in causing other people suffering. I don't really think Trump is the same kind of villain. Yeah, Diddy got off easy for sure. I mean, I think Trump gets off on making people he sees as his enemy squirm for sure. But, and I could be wrong. Maybe he does get off on causing suffering in general. But I don't get that feeling. I mean, the point is, regardless, none of this involves talking about anything that should or shouldn't be done, right? We're not having a conversation about whether or not he should be impeached. If you want to talk to me about whether or not he should be impeached, um, I'm sure there are plenty of impeachable offenses that we could find and articulate. And I would say, should he be impeached? Well, I mean, do we want his vice president as president? JD Vance? Okay, well, I'm not calling Eric a psychopath. I'm calling Trump a psychopath, and doing horrible things to people would not bother him. Well, obviously it doesn't. He's not bothered by all the ICE stuff, right? His he has demonstrated a complete lack of concern for humanitarian issues when dealing with, say, border enforcement. So it's fair to say that he's somewhat inured to compassionate executions of potentially legitimate policy prescriptives. But Rachel, the reason it's maybe not a great idea to be so to to wallow in our anger about things like this is in part because you're you're saying here that somehow I'm a Trump neutralist, or that I'm not angry enough at him, that I'm hating him not enough, that you're disappointed in me and my politics in some way. That's not because I am wrong about Trump. It's because I'm not engaging through outrage. Okay, well, Sarah Jones, obviously, if that's true, then it's a good reason to hate the guy and be outraged by him. I don't have independent verification of that, and I'm hesitant to jump on board as though that were correct um, without having good cause to. I'm not really challenging anything she's saying. The only thing I was challenging is that I'm a Trump neutralist, right? Okay, well, maybe not. Maybe wallowing was the wrong word. It's like, the point is, it's conceivable to talk about politics dispassionately. And personally, I think it's preferable. Yeah, as far as I can tell, I would say I haven't challenged really anything Rachel said except that I'm a Trump neutralist. I'm, I'm not that. I oppose Trump. I'm sorry, you and your dad, yes, but maybe not me. Me and my dad, what? I just hope interest rates fall on my ass and my mortgage. Be nice to refinance. It's a very practical hope. No, I don't think Harris would have done a better job. I, by and large, be more scared to have the country in her hands because, her bad intuition, her total lack of intuition and bad thinking skills, I think were more dangerous than Trump's total lack of thinking skills and bad intuition, because Harris had wanted to double federal tax revenue. She didn't even have anything she wanted to spend it on, right? So that's going to destroy the economy. I don't know if she would have gotten her way with it or anything. Might have been Biden 2.0, in which case I would have preferred it if she would have done nothing. But I don't think she would have done nothing. Not literally his picture. Your dad was not involved. Your mom punched Trump's face. Oh, yeah, my mom did that a lot. She really hated Trump. And, I hated Trump a lot more until I had to choose between Trump and Kamala Harris. Then I realized it can get a lot worse than Trump. I mean, Kamala Harris, can you. And we should all remember the only reason Trump is president twice is because he ran against the two worst candidates possibly in all of American political history, short of George Wallace, maybe. I don't hate him for being born with a silver spoon in his mouth because not everybody who's born to privilege is turns out to be a highly successful retard. He doesn't have unlimited funds. He's terrible with money, actually. Yeah, I mean, I would love to see a return to sanity. Yeah, anybody who's in favor of increasing taxes, it's a bad idea. The federal government already has $4 trillion in tax revenue a year. My top 10 presidents? That's a lot of presidents to name. Um, I think that Polk was a great president. I think that Jefferson was a good president. I think that Truman was a good president. I think that Clinton was a good president. Not a good person, but a good president. JFK was not number one. He cheated on his wife with Marilyn Monroe, and he wanted to stop the Vietnam War, but he was also willing to start war with the Soviet Union if they wouldn't move their missiles from Cuba. He also approved the Bay of Pigs, and he had the ridiculous notion that individual citizens should think not of what their country could do for them, which I agree, but what they could do for their country. They should think about what they can do for themselves. I mean, Bill Clinton presided over a period of unparalleled prosperity and growth. How about President Salisbury? You mean the inventor of Salisbury steak? Well, obviously, that's the greatest achievement any president has had. It's always a dispute. What's more important, when President Salisbury invented Salisbury steak or when Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves? I, I think it's the Salisbury steak. Prior to that, we only had regular steak, and sometimes it was tough. So I think JFK was executed. I do think he was assassinated, and that it's very unlikely that Lee Harvey Oswald was some lone wolf acting out of some kind of political passion. So, do I think the CIA killed him? Probably. Or natural causes. I like that answer, G. I am going to give that answer next time. I am of the opinion that JFK died from natural causes, maybe old age. I believe Joe Kennedy had Rose's brain lobotomized. Oh yeah, one of those people got lobotomized. Well, that was a particularly crazy, fortunately brief period in medical history. Was Trump's ear hit staged? I doubt it. That one, I'm gonna just think he got lucky. Because, first of all, would Trump really be okay with staging a shooting that's so close that it shoots his ear? I mean, are you that confident you're not going to miss and hit his head? No, I would never cheat with Marilyn Monroe or anybody else. I do not think it's the case that most men would cheat. I don't doubt that Alan Dulles did have a big hand in Kennedy's assassination. He's one of the great uh, villains of American history, Alan Dulles. Just creating smiles. Marilyn Monroe bragged about her beard. She bragged about her beard? What does that mean? She didn't have a beard. JFK and the mafia took JFK out? Yeah, it's like another example of somebody who was not a good husband as president. And we have a lot of examples of that. JFK was not a good husband. Her peach fuzz made her image glow. Oh, really? Hmm. Well, that's fun. Little facts I didn't know. I think we also have had some presidents who truly loved their wives and were great husbands. Like, apparently, Abraham Lincoln was very, loyal to his wife, held her in high esteem. For that time, Marilyn Monroe was considered fat. Was she? I don't think so. I think everybody considered her like poster girl of beauty or something, didn't they? You know that Marilyn Monroe faked her death and then reinvented herself as Barbara Streisand? A lot of people don't know that, but it's true. Johnson had JFK outed. Had JFK outed? I heard that Abe enjoyed the company of men. Oh, really? Abe Lincoln was gay? He didn't listen to his wife. She had a dream that he would die and he didn't want him to go to the theater. He should have listened to her. Jimmy and Rosalind, yeah, they were a good couple. Jimmy had lust in his heart, but he never strayed. Do you think Michelle Obama is a female? Yeah, I think she's a female. Eric, would you consider reviewing something and analyzing your thoughts on it for money, same like you charge typing sessions, but to hear your feedback on a subject or a movie or something? Yeah, that would be fine. I mean, I've always said that if people pay the $100, they can use the hour wherever they want. I don't know if they would or not, but I heard under his top hat was a huge double-ended dildo. Is that why his hat was so tall? Ronald Reagan really loved Nancy Reagan. I do not know why, but he certainly did. I didn't love Nancy Reagan at all. I thought she was just this controlly, dumb bitch who was against drugs a whole bunch. I didn't know Dreams He Smoked was so unhinged. No wonder he keeps returning. What did he say? Oh, about the top hat, right. He just has a lot of specific historical knowledge. Just exercising my freedom of speech and cognitive functions of expression in our democracy of the United States. Good for you, John. I think you should keep doing that. If you're wearing red for being called Nancy Reagan, I'm sorry I've created that association with you, Rachel. I didn't mean to. Sharon Burger, me neither. You neither what? Nancy Reagan saying no to drugs is some bull. Say no to you, Nancy Reagan. Get out of here. I mean, I would read it. I'm not going to analyze every word of it, obviously. Nancy. Yeah, get out of here, Nancy. She was just like power chaser, scooped in and got Ronald Reagan and was ambitious for his political career. Like, you know, she was kind of the stage mom behind the scenes. On the story of Nancy Pelosi is a real scumbag. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Must be nice to have insider information before you bid on stocks. Oh, is that what you did? What I liked was, oh God, what was this? Maybe that wasn't her. I think it might have been her. Was she still alive around COVID and still in government at all? Nancy Pelosi? Yeah, she can suck it. Emma Stone? Reagan was a terrible president, and a lot of what we're dealing with today is a result of his policies, in my opinion. I wasn't that terrible, but he liked his covert ops, that's for sure. The fact that Eric is available for an hour for whatever purpose kind of changes things. The possibility, I feel like you get him to record some pretty good voice lines in an hour. Yeah, certainly could. She had a good rep. Emma Stone did. Well, good for her. Good job, Emma Stone. Good for having a good rep. Where's Rachel? She's in the other room and also here in the chat. Woody Allen can suck it. I agree. Woody Allen needs to suck it. How do you start dating your stepdaughter when you're like 50 and she's like 17 or something? That is just no. What are you thinking? Why are you such a scumbag? Rachel, do you have a list of all the Hollywood people we should stop enjoying? Not a comprehensive list, Fly Guy, but we she could produce a fair number of names, I'm sure. You know, I would say that I purposely avoid finding out bad things about artists I like because I don't want it to negatively impact my ability to like their media, particularly with Cake. Because I saw this video that was suggestive, like that the main guy in Cake is problematic in some sense. I just didn't click on it. I don't want to learn about this. There is no such thing as trickle down economics. The idea that it's fine for rich people to be taxed less because the increased economic activity will benefit everybody in the GDP is correct. It is correct that when the government takes less from Americans in general, poor, rich, medium, all Americans, that the country does better economically, that the GDP is more robust, and that everybody's standard of living improves or at least gets worse less fast. For obvious reasons, like there's an implicit spoilage rate when money goes through the government. It's obviously never going to be spent as efficiently and effectively as individuals who know their own interests and have their and want to spend their money wisely. Government is going to pay more for the same product because it's a government contract. The government is also going to have to pay the costs of all the individuals that work in that particular bureau or department that's operating this thing that they're doing. And it's much more subject to fraud than um, individuals engaging in commercial decisions with their money. So at best, you're going to get 75 cents of value for every dollar that goes into the government, whereas you're going to get close to a dollar of value for every dollar that doesn't. That doesn't mean the government doesn't need money. It does need some money, and it is appropriate for tax revenue to go into the government so that it can do its appropriate jobs. But that doesn't mean that by giving them more money, we can make up more appropriate jobs and have more impacts that we think are good from government spending more money. It doesn't work like that at all. And it's one of the most concerning things I see in the modern world is this weird advocacy that should never exist, right? That we should raise taxes because raising taxes is good. Not because we need the money to spend on this important program or whatever, but because it's inherently good to have higher taxes, especially for rich people. That is insane. You know, it's completely insane. It's like saying about the NBA, we need to hire more refs and have them call more fouls and watch more free throws. It's completely getting everything ass backwards. The government's there, like the referees, to make sure that the game goes smoothly. The people, the individuals playing the game, they shouldn't have to be paying hardly any attention to the referees unless they're doing something wrong, like committing a foul, right? People who have an advocacy in favor of raising tax revenue, that's their advocacy. That's the insane thing. It should go like this. I have a plan. I think we should implement this public policy. It's going to cost this much. I recognize that I'm responsible for providing a funding plank for my plan. Thus, I want to raise taxes to generate the revenue to implement this plan. That's how advocacies to increase taxes should go, right? The idea that you can advocate just for increasing taxes without it being part of a plan to do anything is completely fucking batshit crazy. Right? And because if you've done any policy debate, you understand, especially if you did it back in the day when people had to have funding planks. These days in policy debate, people don't even provide funding planks. They just say, well, we'll just borrow or divert tax revenue accordingly. They don't say we'll cut this to free up the funds or anything like that. They just say, well, the government can't afford to do anything yet. It keeps paying for stuff anyway, so same thing applies here. But back when I was in high school and we did policy, if you're advocating a hospice plan, you have to explain how you're going to fucking pay for it. And then raising taxes is a fine advocacy to make because you have a reason why you need to generate more money. It's still not a good way to fund it. You know, raising taxes was never a good way to do a funding plan because people could read litany, iterate myriad harms from raising taxes, and the argumentation against it is so much stronger than the argumentation in favor of it. You're never going to win that kind of argument. I remember I lost to a team that advocated a funding plank of California, this is back in the 80s, selling their extra water to, it was either some other country or some other state. I don't remember. It was the squirreliest funding plank I'd ever encountered or heard of. But I didn't have anything to respond to it with. I didn't have any cards saying we don't have enough water to sell because it's so squirrely nobody would ever think to block it out. But even that, people these days don't even have the courtesy to make up bullshit like that, right? They just say, they don't even have a plan they want to implement. Their whole plan is let's just raise taxes. Because why? Because it's bad that rich people are rich. Why is that bad? Because it's not fair. There's horrible billionaires and their corporations. Okay. That's insane. It's reasonable to complain that, the average person in America has to work too hard to sustain a decent standard of living. That's fine. The answer is not to make sure other people don't have a decent standard of living. That's not our job here, which is the only thing you're going to accomplish if you increase taxes to solve that, unless you just straight up redistribute that cash in no strings attached, equal cash payments to every citizen or every citizen within a given demographic that's not means tested. This is the only possible way you could attain any kind of good results from increasing taxes. So it is conceivable to attain redistributionist benefits if it's done purely enough. But it's never done that way, right? And why does anybody trust the government to spend this money? If you ask any of the people who advocate for tax increases why, what they think about what the government's doing, they'll tell you a whole litany of things they hate about what the government's doing. They spend too much on the military. Trump's using government money to do these horrible things, to deport people, etc. And yet they think if they give the government more money, they can assume it's going to be spent the way they want it to be spent. Why? It's like the government is in bed with corporations and crony capitalism and stuff. Well, then why do you want to give them more money? So they can reinforce that thing they're doing that you don't like? Because I know that when I get my tax increase passed, I'm going to be in power forever and things will always be framed the way I want them to be framed. Obviously not. And, now you've increased taxes. Well, now all this extra money you just made go into the government is in the hands of somebody you don't like. Now what? Oh, God, I hate these corporations. We need to increase taxes again. So that, obviously it didn't work last time. Bad people are still doing bad things with the money. We need to increase taxes again. Sandler has a good rep. I read it. Took a little doing, but I read it. Yeah, Adam Sandler has a good reputation. Apparently, he's very nice to fans and everybody. And that makes me look more kindly upon his questionable aesthetic taste sometimes, in terms of his work as an artist. Like, I don't know. He seems to think punching people in the face is very funny. I don't think it's funny. I think it's just childish. But I appreciate that he is a nice person, at least. Martin Short seems very nice to people. Very non-exploitative. I remember hearing something from Martin Short where he's talking about going to do this thing with Steve Martin, and Steve Martin insisting it'd be 60-40 in favor of Steve Martin. And he's like, I don't care about that at all. I'd be much more concerned if he were rude to a waiter. It's like that impressed me. Please take a look at the link I just sent and let me know what you think. Did you put a link here in the chat? It won't show up. Let me make you as a moderator temporarily. Now you can put a link. Now you have the power to link. Eric, do you dislike physical comedy? Yes, I do dislike physical comedy. Rachel and I were talking the other day about how I don't like Mr. Bean at all. I think Mr. Bean is terrible, terrible, terrible. And I wish he would just stop his face making. No one wants to see you make faces, Mr. Bean. Like, how is anybody laughing at that in the background? Are there real people in a real audience actually laughing at that? I can't conceive of it occurring. Do I like Chris Farley? I don't dislike him. I don't really have strong feelings about him either way. But yeah, he could be a little physical with his comedy. I do like Monty Python. So, what is this thing? Copy link address. Put this here, push this, then paste and go. Is the football game over? It must be over now. Oh, God. I can't read that. That's horrible. I'll concede that that does comprise evidence. I'm inclined in general to believe the testimonials of people who report having been victimized. I mean, I would kind of laugh if Adam Sandler would actually punch Mr. Bean in the face. That would kind of make me laugh. And then if Mr. Bean would, just realize, oh, I need to stop making these faces. Yeah, that's pretty disturbing stuff, Sarah. I don't know what to say about that. It seems like an epidemic among rich and powerful, famous, or whatever people. I used to think that these stories of like secret cabals of unhinged rituals and stuff and debauchery and such, that can't be right. They're just people like us. Apparently it is right. Like, is it something about exploitative people that makes them successful and powerful, or something about success, power, or fame that makes people exploitative? I don't know. There's some terrible, dark shit in the world, for sure. No, I hate Carrot Top. I hate Carrot Top and Gallagher. You can take your Gallagher and shove it up your ass. Nobody wants to watch Gallagher smash watermelons. Yeah, he makes physical objects that are puns. Oh. Well, Acacia recommended a stand-up comedy thing to me, and I watched about for 3 or 4 minutes of it, and I didn't like it at all. So sometimes people like different things, I guess. You hate physical comedy too. Yeah, no Three Stooges, thank you. I'll pass. I don't like Jim Carrey either. He does a lot of face making. Do I like red green? I don't know what red green is. You mean do I like the colors red and green? I think they're fine colors. They're no blue or yellow, but they're fine. What's your comedy preference? I like good ideas, I guess. Um, like for example, there's this one little comedy bit of some guy, I don't remember what his name is, that I watched, and it's about how I was I went to the lake the other day with my wife and I was having a great time and my wife I guess wanted to put a stop to that, so she said, "Hey, there's my ex-boyfriend." and and then he talks about how he told his friends about it. And I was kind of eyeing him the whole day, whatever. I told my friends about it later. They said you should have gotten into a fight with him. I was like, yeah, but he was in a boat. And he described himself swimming to the boat and trying to get into the boat to fight the guy and having to get the guy to help him into the boat before he could fight him. I thought that was funny, you know. It's a funny idea. It's something relatable that like anybody who's been in a relationship can understand. Like if your girlfriend or wife says, "Oh, there's my ex-boyfriend," that's gonna mess up your whole trip to the lake. And he also did a funny thing about shaken baby syndrome. How his wife was pregnant, and when they went to the hospital, they got all these pamphlets. They kept giving him pamphlets about how not to shake the baby. And it's like, I had never really thought about shaking the baby. But after reading all these pamphlets, I was like, I thought that was pretty funny. Was it Brent Weinbach? Yes. You'd be surprised if I didn't like it. You were wrong. I didn't like it. I didn't like the voice he was making, and his jokes weren't really jokes per se. They were him saying something kind of ordinary in a weird way. You thought he was a genius? Well, maybe I need to watch more of it, but I didn't encounter any genius in the beginning of it. Best comical movie punch was the movie What Happened in Vegas, and when they ring the doorbell and punch the dude in the nuts and say, "You know why?" I don't think I've seen that. Hmm. Well, you make me curious. Maybe I should watch a little bit more of it and see if he evolves his comedic approach a little bit over time. I don't know. I think Steve Martin was a particularly genius stand-up comic. He's got great jokes that still seem great today, even though he made them 40, 50 years ago or something. Yeah, I've seen Super Troopers. It's a good movie. Oh no, I've seen Space Troopers. Is that what it's called? I don't know if I've seen Super Troopers or not. He does a lot of good TI stuff and changes pace. Okay, maybe I just gotta give him a little bit more of a chance. That's plausible. Oh yes. Yes, you're a good kitty. I like funny concepts. Like I had this idea for a, a funny, I don't know what it'd be, like a Saturday Night Live skit or something. It starts out as one of those videos that I watch where, like, I watch this guy called Missing Enigma, who he'll actually go to the place like I'm here at Yosemite where this lady disappeared. And I'm gonna walk over to where they were and see what get a look at the lay of the land and stuff, and then talk about the case and stuff like that. So I imagine this thing where the guy is walking, saying, um, "Now, when Jennifer Collins disappeared here, obviously the ground was covered in snow, but we can see without the snow here, the level lay of the land and just how few places there are to get lost. What happened to her 14 years ago is still unclear to this day." And then this lady that's all covered in leaves walks out from behind like a boulder and goes like, "Oh my God, you found me! I have finally been found!" And it's that lady. And she says, he's like, "Well, how have you survived out here for 14 years? She says, "I've been living on berries and dewdrops." I think that's a funny idea. I think a guy who has a problem which causes him to get lost at sea over and over again is a funny idea. And then when he gets back from being found at sea, he gets home and he's like, "Oh, well, it's great to be back. It's been a wonderful morning. I think I'm going to go, have myself a relaxing sail in the bay." And his wife's like, "No, no, please, don't go sailing. You're just going to get lost at sea again." He's like, "I'm not going to get lost at sea. That last time was a fluke." Of course, he gets lost at sea again. Nothing calms me down except quite like riding in a boat. Yeah, they show him on the boat, like right near the shore, right next to some other boats. And he's fixing to sail. He looks down for a second and looks up, and he's like out in the middle of the ocean, nothing around him. Wow! How? How did this happen again? He just got terrible navigation skills, I guess. Toxic confidence. Yeah. I remember this guy, I watched this some video about that guy they made that movie about called Into the Wilds, who went and tried to live out in Alaska and ate some poison berries or something and died. Anyway, that's not necessary for you to know that. But the part in the letter about that I'm quoting wasn't about that. It was comparing that to the Exxon Valdez crash and how we're plagued by overconfident, underqualified men willing to take action. No, that's the part I'm quoting is overconfident, underqualified men. The willing to take action part is, I think I might have added that there. But that was just what he was saying. I made it more nutshelly by just saying willing to take action. He had more detail in what he said. His point was like, a bunch of people said, "Yes, we can drive all this oil in this boat over here. It's gonna be fine. This boat's not gonna crash. And even if it does, I'm sure the oil won't get out of it." But they were overconfident, apparently, and or underqualified to do the job right, or both, because, in fact, that boat did crash. and all the oil got on all the ducks, and that's where they had to use that dish soap to clean them. Wrong Way, Corrigan? Is that the name of... It's the phenomenon where unskilled people are overconfident. What, Dunning-Kruger or something? I mean, sometimes people just have to experience harms that seem like they should have been obvious before they were experienced to realize, oh, that thing's really dangerous. Like the story about how there was this fad of trying to catch baseballs dropped from the highest spot, right? Until they kept pushing it to a higher spot. And then one time they dropped them from these blimps that were quite high up, and they had like this baseball team out on the field waiting to catch them. As soon as the first ball fell, it missed the field, hit the grandstands, and shattered like a thick wooden seat. And like all the baseball players except for one of them ran off into the dugouts. The one who stayed out there said, "Well, God hates a coward," and stayed out there trying to catch it, and he missed it, and it hit him and shattered his jaw, and because he actually came back from the injury and resumed playing baseball. They had to it was shattered in so many pieces that they sewed it together with like surgical wire or something. And then after that, nobody tried to do that anymore. Somebody should have realized sooner that, wait a second, this is a terrible idea. But nobody did until somebody got hurt. They're lucky nobody died, you know? Or it's like this 6-day long roller skating race. Hey, let's see who can roller skate the most distance in 6 days. Whether they try it in, 6 8-hour shifts or 6 24-hour shifts, it's up to them. 2 people died in that roller skating race. Afterwards, they never had any more 6-day races. Never had any more 6-day roller skating races, and the whole 6-day race phenomenon started to die down pretty quickly. In 1938, I have to wait till I get inside to read all this stuff. Like there was this guy back in the day, back in New England in the 1700s, who read this pamphlet this guy had written, and the pamphlet was about how cats would be the next big meat animal that people would eat. That in the future, pork, beef, chicken, all would be replaced by cat meat. And this guy, he was really taken by this article, and so he started raising a bunch of cats, and of course nobody bought his cat meat. But he just started eating nothing but cat meat and insisting his family eat nothing but cat meat as well. And his first wife died, possibly from eating too much cat meat. And when he married his second wife, he didn't, I guess, tell her beforehand. And then she refused to eat cat, and he kicked her out of the house, and she lived down the street from him. But she still did wife's work, like mending the clothes and stuff. And then when she died later, he put up a headstone over her grave that said, "Here lies this lady's name, who should have been my name's wife." In other words, she failed to fulfill her duty as his wife because she wouldn't eat the cat meat. He pulled a fast one on her family too. It's like he offered to pay for the headstone and everything. And the ceremony. And then when they got there, they saw this headstone that said, "Who should have been like Jebediah Johnson's wife." But she didn't want to eat cats. I don't blame her. Well, I don't want to eat cats either. Why is that on? This flashlight here only comes on when the power goes out. Which makes me think like it's not getting power from that plug or something. Well, I don't know what's going on with that. Let's play some video games on the second monitor. I could play some video game. Let's just see what kind of video game I'm going to play though. I don't want to play Watch the Cat Eat. That's the worst video game ever. Actually, I think Penn and Teller are responsible for the worst video game ever. It's like you drive a bus to Phoenix, but it always pulls in one direction, so you can't ever stop paying attention to it, and nothing ever happens. It takes like 16 hours to complete or something. Go ahead, eat your food. That little flashlight plug-in is very endearing. Yeah, well, it's the sort of thing that an ESG puts in a house that constantly gets power outages. Because prior to them burying the power lines, it was even worse. We still get a lot of power outages, but back before they buried the lines, we got power outages all the time. Sometimes they last days and at a time. It was ridiculous. One thing that happened in the last power outage is these two plugs back here behind the microwave and coffee maker stopped working. I've been meaning to go look at the main circuit board and see if maybe there's a circuit broke there. Maybe I'll go do that now. When your kitty's eating, you have to give him some pets. That way he knows that you're watching him while he eats food. He eats food now with his mouth. He purrs a lot and goes down south. It seems like I didn't quite get all the stickiness off of the floor right there. Very annoyingly, after I cleaned the floor yesterday, I went to throw away these sodas, and before I threw them in the trash can, I decided, no, let me take them over here and empty them in the sink. But I took off the lid first and threw it in the trash can, and then when I came over here, I spilled a little bit of soda. Windex is not just for windows, You can use Windex to clean lots of stuff. It's mostly just ammonia. or the active ingredient, I guess, is mostly used in it. Windex feels kind of like the king of the sprays because you don't run out of it as fast as you run out of other sprays. I don't know why. I'm not sure anybody knows why. It's one of those great mysteries in life. Okay. What's happening now? What's on the plan list of plans? Is Rachel still mad? I don't think she's mad at me. Although she was getting a little mad at me for being a quote unquote Trump neutralist. Which I don't think I am that, but having seen that link that Sarah put, it does make me think about the question, is it better to have like a horrible predator as president or somebody whose policy prescription who will do more harm to the country with their bad policy, which is worse, basically. I don't know. I didn't vote for either of them, so that's my approach to that question is I won't vote for anybody who's not a good candidate. I gotta try them Yeezy slides. I don't want to support Kanye either. He's another bad person. I recently found out you can use toilet bowl cleaner to clean surfaces other than the toilet. I mean, people have good reason to be angry at Trump. It's not a good idea in general to spend time being angry at the bad guy. And, there's this tendency for a lot of people to think that to kind of conflate Trump and Republicans too. Like, Trump is somehow representative of Republicanism is mostly incorrect. He may be Republican, but it's not like it's not like there's any kind of party platform that anybody agrees with or anything. No, he does have policies that are the country. What I'm saying is, it makes me think about the question: would it be better for Kamala Harris to have been president? I I still am leaning towards probably not. Well, she's not listening to the stream right now. She's listening to something else, so I'm not worried about triggering any further disagreement or anything. But it really would depend, I guess, on how effective Kamala Harris was. It doesn't matter how bad your ideas are if you can't get them implemented. Yeah. And the thing is, people who use the term Trump derangement syndrome almost certainly have the equivalent thing going on with the other side of the culture war. Otherwise, they wouldn't be using those kind of expressions. Like, people who are unhappy with Trump are not deranged. People who are unhappy with Kamala Harris are not deranged. Both of those people are absolutely miserably bottom of the barrel, terrible candidates. What are three policies enacted to benefit? I'm not worried about. I'm not holding presidents accountable to do things that help the country. That's a standard that's way over here. Okay, I'm just saying, given that both those candidates were going to do more harm than nothing, right? Like do more harm than Biden. Biden, let's call Biden a do nothing president who did no harm, essentially. Uh, we know that either Kamala Harris or Trump is going to do more harm than Biden. That neither of them is going to do any good, particularly. So the question just becomes, who would do more harm? In general, it's probably ill-advised to expect the president to do things that benefit the country from a policy perspective because they're not the legislature. And to the extent that the executive branch is being like autocratic and doing whatever it wants, regardless of checks and balances, that's a bad thing. Well, yeah, and I think it was a good decision to elect a dementia Biden. Proved to be one of the better presidencies we've had in a while because he didn't do anything. I don't remember people voting because of that. People didn't vote for Biden; they voted against Trump. You know, with good cause. On, Trump very expressly only represents some portion of the population, hates people who don't like him and don't agree with him, and fails utterly in his job to represent all the people of the country and be a leader in his language and his bearing and everything else and so forth, you know. To engage in the habits and processes of democracy that make it work. Things like having to win the argument before taking action. The only reason Trump is president is because he went up against two of the worst candidates in history, Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, and he went up against three of them, Biden as well. But uh, he still couldn't even beat Biden. For everybody who said the second election was stolen, do they still think that now that he legitimately beat freaking Kamala Harris? That's derangement. Like when your candidate loses, you think the election was stolen, then he wins the next election, and you don't revisit the idea that maybe I was wrong about it being stolen last time. I mean, the thing to note about Trump, people were outraged by him back when Gremlins 2 was made in the 80s. He's he the like corporate deal maker guy character in the movie is a cross between Ted Turner and Donald Trump. He even has his name all over everything like Trump does. I was shocked when I saw that. Oh my God. We've been making fun of this idiot for 50 years almost. And now he's president. Trump still says it's stolen. Right. Like, if that were the case, that they stole the last election, then why didn't they steal this one? Anyway, I think the core thing to remember when talking about Trump is nobody should be objecting to people objecting to Trump because if nothing else, he's failing to do his job of representing all the people in the country. He expressly, obviously, doesn't care at all about the people who disagree with him and or and anything else about winning arguments or anything, you know? I'm not big on, the importance of things being dignified, but it, the idea of bringing dignity to the office, appropriate to the office, is something that Trump has done the exact opposite of. I cannot imagine a less dignified approach to the job. It's hard to take people seriously when they will say anything to hurt his credibility, let the actions speak for themselves. He was there while he was running and they loved him. He was where? What was bizarre to me was the apparent FE flip that was done on him. For example, I think it was The View. He was there when he was running and they loved him. Oh, well. If you had to choose one Republican for president and one Democrat, which would you choose from each side that you like? I don't like them. There aren't good candidates on either side because, like, there's no demand for this. There's no demand for dispassionate correctness about politics. There's no demand for outrage reducing discourse. There's only demand for outrage confirming discourse. I mean, I could pick anybody in the country to be one of those things. I mean, I'd pick me for both. I don't care if I were president as a Democrat or a Republican. I would make exactly the same policy decisions and do my job the exact same way either way. I'm not looking to represent in either party, just what's correct. It's pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy, Sarah Jones, that we haven't had a regular political candidate since Obama. He was, it's understandable why he won his first term. I don't really get why people voted for him a second time if they did, because I voted for him when he first was running. He was an appealing enough candidate, but he ended up following through on the things I didn't like and not following through on the things I did. I suspect he was a libertarian. I'm not a libertarian either because I don't believe that politics can be done ideology first. So while it is broadly a good idea to constrain government to its appropriate scope and scale, it's not a good idea to take a libertarian style approach where you prioritize the principle regardless of the pragmatics. The best president or the best politician of any kind really is a pragmatic principalist. So, and that's the one spot where you ultimately have to trust a person's character and judgment because, like, you can rely on me to both be principled, in other words, to do things that make sense and are correct, and to support the correct thing and not support the incorrect thing, and to, generally speaking, care a lot about legitimacy. But I'm also pragmatic enough to say that there are instances where, even though as a individual moral agent, utilitarianism cannot justify my behavior, as a representative of the government of the nation of the United States, there may be moments where principle is inconsistent with the prescriptively indicated thing. For example, generally speaking, it's probably not correct that to say that the EPA is within the correct purview of federal jurisdiction, but because only some environmental considerations are also interstate considerations. But I would not want to sacrifice the EPA for utilitarian reasons. I think the EPA is good. I think environmental protection in general is good, and that it's necessarily best handled by the federal government because uh, the environment is interconnected in ways that don't pay attention to state lines, in part. So you have to, it's like to do the job as well as it can be done, you have to be very concerned about what's legitimate, what's principled, and you have to be not an ideologue, not married to a specific frame, not totalize any frame, because if you do that, then you won't be flexible enough to be pragmatic when necessary. Should we examine recent history? So where do you see examples of language control? What's language control? A social would be when you're speaking about what has already been done, not ambition. Do you think Abe represented the whole country as the president's duty to? Well, I'm actually not a person who points to Abraham Lincoln as a particularly good president. I don't necessarily think that the North should have stopped the South from seceding. I'm not sure how exactly that's justified. Like, note, the South wasn't trying to implement some kind of military coup where they kill off all of the northern senators and congressmen so that they have exclusive control of the Congress and Senate. They weren't trying to do that, right? They're saying, look, you're just constantly fighting. Let's just be different countries. Regardless, the North had no duty to free the slaves because the slaves were already freed in the North. Yes, freeing the slaves is a side quest. It may be the case that slavery is bad, and it may be the case that the North winning the war meant no more slavery, but the North can't justify going to war with the South on slavery grounds because this North has already fulfilled their own duty on slavery grounds by not having slavery in the North. The drive for power is even less logical than the sex urge and stronger. I guess I don't have much of a drive for power. I just have a citizen's concern for the well-being of the country and and any person's obvious recognition that our current leaders are not adequate custodians of the nation's interests or values. They don't uphold the nation's values and they're not consistent with its interests. The book says the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. Exactly what Trump's administration tells you every day. Well, Trump reports on his own delusional reality, you know. The point is, all this agenda driven discourse, it's, I mean, what are you trying to accomplish exactly by highlighting how horrible Trump is? That's not a solution to any problem, right? You might call it problem admiration. That's what I think we should avoid is problem admiration. Admiring just how horrible this guy is as an activity is is not is explicitly not engaging in any kind of political discourse. Political discourse should be about public policy, not about people. I think it's weird how California has become a trigger word for culture warriors to fight over. Like California's politics are different in different parts of the states. Sure, we have state politics as well, but it functions fine just like any other state. Prices are higher here. There's somewhat more. There's somewhat worse tax policies here, and sure, there's some bad ideas here. There's bad ideas in every state, you know. And the population of California is not monolithic at all. The Bay Area is just one little section of California, and the Bay Area is kind of like a good bad example, a good example of how not to do things, right? Because they've implemented plenty of bad public policy over the decades, and it's ruined huge swaths of the Bay Area accordingly. But the Bay Area is not California, it's just the Bay Area. LA is sort of liberal. Orange County's not. Where I live is quite conservative. Well, I mean, it's diverse, I guess, but it's part of the state of Jefferson. Um, and there's a lot of things that California has done that have proven themselves wise and innovative. The smog controls, environmental stuff that California has done has made an amazing change. When I was a kid in Los Angeles, we'd have bad smog alerts all the time. California implemented the strictest air quality laws in the country, and now in Los Angeles, even on the smoggiest days, not even the first stage smog, it's like nothing. It was hugely effective, right? Also, California has implemented some very bad ideas, but um, I mean, you don't trust it in what capacity? Do you ever deal with the state of California as an incorporated sovereignty? California regulates itself out of existence? Well, that's not true. I mean, it is the case that if you're operating a business in California, state taxes are kind of high, but they're not particularly high for regular people earning income or wages. And there's a lot of great things about California. Where I live is wonderful. There's a lot of different places in California as well, but it does have a high cost of living. You live in one of the worst places to live in the US. Where is that? Is it Chicago? Is it mm, Detroit? Is it Detroit? New Orleans? Is New Orleans bad? Is it Florida? Is it anywhere in Florida? Then yes, you do live in the worst place in the country. Dearborn, Michigan? Flint, Michigan? Do you live in Fontana? That's not a very good place. I know. Or if you live in the worst place in the country, I know exactly where you live. You live in Oakland, California. Oakland is the worst place in the country. It has to be. I can't conceive of a place being worse than Oakland. Like you are putting your windows of your car in jeopardy if you park anywhere in Oakland for more than 15 minutes. What's wrong with Dearborn? Minneapolis Somali daycare? That's not a city, I don't think. That's a daycare facility. A fake one, probably. Oakland has an actual gray filter, but hashtag no filter. Arkansas. I've been to Arkansas. I didn't dislike it at all. I liked the fact that you could still get a smoking room in the motel there in Arkansas. I was like, I went to check in and they're like, you want a smoking room or non smoking? I was like, you have smoking rooms in the motel that I can smoke inside my motel room? Oh my God. That is wonderful. Yes, I would like a smoking room, please. The smokiest smoking room you have. Worst place to live is Oakland. That wins for sure. You can't walk down the sidewalk in Oakland because all the sidewalks are filled with homeless encampments. You can't park your car in Oakland because it will get robbed promptly if you have anything that potentially looks to be of value in there, or just vandalized or something like that. I There's no place I can think of that I'd rather live than Oakland, California. I'm sure there are some neighborhoods of Oakland that are less bad than the ones I'm talking about, but go to a random place in Oakland and decent chance you'll go like, "Oh my God, get me out of here." Make sure you go during the brightness of the daytime. On a cruise ship, they have smoking rooms enclosed with polycarbonate. 45 minutes from Memphis, Tennessee. I live in here in Arkansas, Tennessee. Just 45 minutes from Memphis. I'm living in a tent. This is home in Arkansas. Here's the big differentiation, the novel, unique idea. We have a smoking section. In the very fanciest of hospitalities places, be they cruises or hotels, they have other people who will smoke the cigarette for you and then blow it into your mouth. So that you don't have to go through the hassle yourself of going like this. Isn't that nice? That's how you know you're in a real five-star motel. You don't really hear about five-star motels very often. You might hear about five-star hotels, but not so much the motels. Why not? Or is it not possible for a motel to get up as high as 5 stars? Amelia, the dirty, dirty South. I see. What makes it dirty? Does it have a lot of dirt? Tunica, which is not far from Jerkany. Jerkany? That's not a good name for a town. Go from this place. Take unto you the details of your case. Hello, how are you today? Says Putin here, hold my doodle. Put name here, hold my doodle. Put name here, hold my doodle. That's quite a name. I'm doing fine. How are you? Have I ever been to Australia? No, I never have. However, my neighbor, maybe you know her if you're from Australia, her name's Kay. She's there right now visiting her family. She's going to be there for 3 months. Well, her husband is still here. I haven't played Wonderful Kitty in a long time. It's because I haven't really been playing the guitar at all. I could play a couple guitar songs, I suppose. It's been a while since I played any guitar songs. Might be nice. If you meet her, I'll say hi for you. If I meet her, you say hi for me. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. And you know where you might meet her? At a dentist office. Because while she's there, she's going to be working as a dental assistant of some kind that she's got certification for, I guess, in Australia. So if you have to go to the dentist in the next 3 months, check the name tag of your hygienist or assistant. I don't know what part of Australia she's going to. I'm assuming the main part, which I'm guessing must be right in the middle, right? I'm sure the main city of Australia should be. Just makes sense that it would be right in the middle. Maybe my neighbor is your mom. Have you thought about that possibility? Yeah, just go outside and start calling her name. I don't know for sure if her last name is the same as her husband's last name, but they go by the Jespersons. But she may actually be her. They go by that when they play music. His last name is Jesperson. I don't know actually if it's her last name or not. But if you encounter a Kate Jesperson in Australia in the next 3 months, there's at least a decent possibility that it's that person that I'm talking about. The dentist in Australia just uses a strap of cotton wrapped into a doorknob. There you go. I have trouble doing an Australian accent. I can do a couple different kinds of British accents, but Australians gives me a little bit of trouble. I do know that they're a sporting nation, you know. They're competitive in world sports. And they're a nation. I know it sounds like that, doesn't it? Ruben, it sounds like that cannot be right. It's either Jefferson or Perjury Jeff or something. Son of the bringer of treasure. Well, that's nice. Bringing treasure. I was going to play the guitar, that's right, not this thing. And now I got my finger stuck in the bun. Bum. Oh, bum. No. I didn't get my finger stuck in my bum. I got stuck in my bun, maybe. You know, stick your finger in your bun. Tell me I'm the only one. Make a venture with some people you just met at the bus station. Don't forget to make some wine when your grapes ripen on the vine. And in time I will join you in that activity. The surname Jesperson is of Scandinavian origin, primarily found in Denmark and Norway. Well, thanks, Ironline. The closest thing Eric has is that time he fractured his finger scratching his ass on a little bumpy ride. I did. It's true. I was driving. I was making a video at the same time. And I needed to scratch my butthole, which was itchy. I tried to do it without lifting my butt up that much so it wouldn't be obvious on the camera. And in the process, I hit a bump. And then, no, I'm not going to watch this shit. And then I broke my finger. I broke it such that this bit from here to here, this little chunk, was just hanging loose, like, doo. I don't want to watch it, show me. I'm not even near the mouse right now. It wasn't a live stream, I was making a long form video. I think I did at that point start talking about how I just broke my finger. It didn't really hurt, but it was just shocking to see it, like just hanging down like that. I tell you what my hit song is piñatas, sombreros, 5 pesos apiece down by the burrows. It's a song known as the Ballad of Tijuana. I've played the piano a long time today, trying to learn how to play this progression that I was called snake jazz plus chords, is what the file saved as. Maybe not rebroke, but possibly mild fracture. I think years later you rebroke it on that string, right? Too much guitar or hard string or something. Maybe I reheard it a little bit, but I don't think I fully broke it. Anyway, I spent a lot of time on the piano today, and I'm feeling like more capable at it than I used to be. Piano, you need to get out of here. Get out of the way. You have really started to make the guitar jealous. The guitar's like, hey, Eric, I thought we were friends. What's going on? Why don't you ever play me anymore? And it looks, and then it sees me playing the piano, and I can't even make eye contact with it because I feel like I've been a bad friend to my guitar. What if you could wear the piano so you could play it wherever? That'd be nice. If I had a hanging down piano. All right, I think I'm gonna play a song or two on the guitar that I'm looking at the chords and stuff. One of those kind of songs, an unmemorized song, you might say. I think I'll play this song first. Yeah. Yeah. Is that too small? Yeah. I could play it if I stood closer. And it wouldn't be so small. I mean, sure. It's still the same size, but it looks bigger to me with my eyes. If Jesus was people but absent of sin, he must then have struggled with regular men. And when, of course, when they too were present, disciples all warily eyeing the lesson. If people were Jesus, they'd know as they think that everyone's work would be true. Feelings once spoken would sit where they sink, and we don't know just what to do. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. Easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay terrible cost. No one you thought you knew. Wait, I didn't change the chords to that, I think. Whatever, I'm gonna stop playing that song. Did I change it? B flat. No, I did change it. F to G. G sharp to A flat. That chord's wrong. Yeah, that chord's wrong. The next ones are right. I see. Okay, that's A flat. No, it's already A flat. It's A. Wait. No, it's A sharp. It's B flat. It is B flat. Okay, never mind. It is B flat. Well, whatever. That's not the point. The point is, I'm done playing that song. Alec pointed out that I say that a lot. That's not the point. Or here's the point. That's the point, or something like that. Those variations. I say those things a lot. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have even made note that I just did. All right, let's play Wonderful Kitty. Is that the top of it? Yeah, that's the top. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous soft friend. And now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, and wonderful, wonderful kid having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And I know that I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, hooray! That was fine. As things go, that fell into the category of fine. How do I feel about that? It's fine. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. Oh, holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. When the slope appears in charge today, options at large show other ways. Take a chance now, just wants to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. To turn around, perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. That's a good song. It's what I like to call a winning proposition. Well, just another useless Saturday. Eric being useless. I haven't done useless today. I did some chores. I was pleased with my writing out that song, actually. What is it I did? Giving it another part. I was pleased with that. That felt like more productive musical effort than almost any musical effort I do. So I don't regret that. That did take quite a long time. I wouldn't say I really regret live streaming either. I just feel like I'm being indulgent. Thanks, Sarah Jones. We all got together and had an enjoying time. And you didn't invite me? What? But I'm the most important person of all. Maybe I will read my important life lesson thing. What is it? Inhale and Kegel. Okay, now feel the rotation of the earth underneath your feet. That's right. We are all stardust. That's wonderful. Is that all I need to do is inhale and Kegel? Should I just get rid of exhaling entirely? Just continually just be like, people will be asking, where does all that air go? And the answer is, that's for me to know and you to find out. People love it when you give them that answer. So are you encouraging me to find it out? That also is for me to know and you to find out. That's one you don't encounter too often in your day-to-day conversations, you know? Like if you go up to some kind of information desk and say, can you direct me to the Chick-fil-A? They're very unlikely to tell you. That's for me to know and you to find out. Really? You have an INFP friend who likes to say, that's for me to know and you to find out? Does she also say, yeah, you in what army? Venus forms a square with Chiron today. We may feel easily hurt or rebuffed. We may feel drained, recognize feelings of vulnerability. Okay, I will. The first symptoms of vulnerability. You may lose your armor or shield. He just loves to act as if he's a villain, and then I'm very concerned he's going to do some villainous stuff, and he cackles and stuff. This is a different INFP than Acacia. When you said I have an INFP friend, I thought you were referring to Acacia in kind of a silly way. Most evil stuff he ever does is like move your chair when you're in the bathroom. Hey, did you move that? What? You got me. What a silly guy. I don't know what I should eat. I think I should eat something though. Probably food of some kind, yeah. That's what I'm thinking too. Oh, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. A little bit of the other. Hey, Rachel. Hey, Rachel.
Yeah.
Can I eat the rest of your Subway sandwich?
Yeah.
What day is it? Saturday night? You got this Friday night. It's not very old. Once you start eating with the buzz disappears. In board games, he will always betray you. He'll deny it until it predictably shows up. Mm. Ruben's imaginary chair flipping friend. I'm serious, it was not me. It was, your INFP friend. Yeah, I'm not lying about it. Okay. But really, Ruben just had a snuffleupagus thing going on. Snuffleupagus did exist, he just always left before the other people came and showed up after they left, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Mm. I'm embracing the wonderful world of food. No, he was real, he just was like snuffleupagus. The thing that was imaginary was the fact that you were friends, not the person. You're more like acquaintances. It would also be fair to call you confidants, amigos, pals, but not really friends. My favorite Eartha Kitt song, I think, is "My Heart Belongs to Daddy." Mia 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 mia. Meow, 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 but my heart belongs to Daddy. That's a good song. Also, Eartha Kitt is definitely the best version of Santa Baby. Oh, you were the imaginary one. Seems like people are never designated as mutes anymore. We used to talk about blind, the deaf, and the mute. But where have all the mutes gone? We as a society just not value muteness as much as we used to. It used to be that people were born with a broken mouth. Maybe. Science will never know. Why? Science doesn't want to know. That's why science is biased against knowing the answer to that question. Nobody tries to give us evidence of why people aren't mute anymore. They say, no, I'm blind and deaf to that evidence. Six minutes. We're 6 minutes from a paradise of flavor. Are you ready to finally live forever for the first time? Now's your chance. Thanks to Eric's Finally Live a Life Worth Living Adventure and Consultation Package. When I finally learned to live a real live life, I realized the rest of my life, I've just been dead. It was a real wake-up call. Hey, I said to myself, I can be dead when I'm dead, or sleeping. And that's when things started getting real lively. Thanks to Dr. Lionel Casaclow's Sprinting Wolf Symposium, where I got to spend 45 minutes in a group session with Dr. Casaclow, and I learned to change from a crawling cub to a sprinting wolf. Now I've got everything. Money, cars, women, men, cats, dogs, horses, everything. I didn't want any of it, but I got it anyway. And it's all thanks to Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Casaclow. Before taking the symposium with Dr. Caswell, my IQ was scored at 70 to 80. After taking the symposium, my IQ is now 260. Thanks, Dr. Caswell. I really owe you one. As you can hear from these testimonials, I, Dr. Lionel Printing Wolf Caswell, changed lives. Hi, Dr. Caswell. Meow to yourself. I meow you too. Here, I'll give you some fresh food particles. Here you go, food particle. I'll also change your water. So when you're done eating, if you're thirsty, you can have some fresh water. Here you go, sparkling Darwin. Yeah, Kapia's not. Well, Kapia eats just fine without me watching her. If I would try to watch Kapia, she'd probably be like, "What? Why are you looking at me?" I'd say, "Because I forgot you're not trouble, I guess." Well, the J's and P's are wrong for introverts, yes. So INFJ is actually a perceiving type. INFP is actually a judging type. But they're not wrong for extroverts. Where's Rachel? She upstairs? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, well, my food's done, but the coffee's not. I could care less about money and what is popular. I like what I like. If it's not in style, it doesn't make any difference. I'm a terrible organizer and to let my day happen to me instead of the opposite. Yeah. Letting the day happen to you. Ugh, that's definitely one of my problems. I need to have a plan of action and follow through on it some more. Mm, that's super good. ISFJs, I don't think, are particularly likely to just let the day happen to them, but maybe sometimes. As to whether they're likely to self report that, I'm not sure. I think planning has a lot more to do with SI than anything else, more than TE. Like, or at least you can do planning without TE just fine. If there's parts of the plan that need to be ordinated because of the nature of the thing, then you might not have a good plan. But without TE. Probably INTPs are more messy than INTJs, yeah. I would suggest that be the case. Hmm. That was a delicious meal. INFPs certainly are going to definitely say slash identify with the statement, I tend to let the day happen to me. But, who knows? It's not possible to type it from the chat. There's also the case that I'm Some types are more likely to accurately self-report than others. That always throws a wrench into self-reporting analysis. Well, because we have another one of these cheese sandwiches, we're going to eat this whole last piece of it. Even though this could easily be cut into 2 pieces. But, yeah, I'm going to just go ahead and have the full feast. Feast of the Cheese Danish, as it's called in native traditions. My Danish is cheese Danish, it's cheese Danish. My Danish is cheese Danish, it's cheese Danish. Danish, cheese Danish, Danish, cheese Danish, Danish. If you want to eat my Danish, you gotta get with my friends. You can't eat my Danish, even if you do then. I'm gonna eat my Danish with my little mouth. After I eat my Danish, then I'll travel south. Alright, I've got some good amount of non-dairy creamer in there. And we're gonna back up that non-dairy creamer with some dairy cream. Some very dairy creamer, half and half. Now we've got the best of both worlds. We've got the thickness of non-dairy creamer plus the half and halfiness of half and half. Now let's enjoy, before we even go any further with that there, let's enjoy a bite of Danish. It's an excellent eating experience. I've got the sweet, soft, chewy Danish, made extra soft and chewy by the wetness of the coffee. That's a winning competition entry in the World Treat Olympics. Hello, I'm Clyde Robinson. Welcome to the International Competitive Entry Treat Olympics. This is very good. I want to give my seal of approval to whatever baker bakes this Danish. You did a fine job. Sitcom mom versus magical possibility creator. Music? Why don't we play some music? Not out of the question. Sounds like a peaceful life. A peaceful life of scholarship. Hmm. Well, yeah, he is right about that. Hmm. Well, there's conflict between me and Rachel of some sort. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone upstairs to sleep. But if there wasn't conflict, she did want to go upstairs, she'd play prevent defense on that conclusion, you know. What exactly is the definition of antediluvian? I feel like it refers to something from a long time ago, but I don't really know exactly what it means. Let me get my glasses so that I can see better this time. Then I'll probably end this and yeah. Before the Great Flood. Okay. That's a nice specific definition. Or is that referring to the biblical flood? Coffee and cheese Danish is a winning combination. I will assure you that. If you thought, that doesn't look like it tastes very good, you were wrong. It just had a raging party in my mouth, is what it just had. And I was totally invited. And the time chronicled in the Bible between the fall of man and the Genesis flood. Technically, you'd think it would, is it expressly between the fall of man, or it doesn't include like day one when God created the heavens or something? It doesn't include the time before Eve convinced Adam to eat the apple. How many years BC is the fall of man? I'm going to say 100,000. 100,000 BC. You might be saying, well, how did the Bible writers know about it if it was 100,000 years ago? God told them. Now, back in the day, like, let's say starting in 1000 BC, back then, God would just tell people stuff directly. No, that's wrong. Stop doing that. We would look up, what, me? Yes, you. You're married. Get away from that other woman. But, listen, just do it. Soon I'll put down 10 Commandments. It's listed on there, trust me. It's 2.5 million to 11,000 years ago. That's a good amount of time. some people have a young Earth theory of the universe. I have an old Earth theory of the universe. I believe the Earth is 100 trillion years old. You can still get pregnant from pre-Noah. No, that's not true. That I have an old Earth theory. I assume that the Earth is probably about 4 billion years old, like they say. I'm not as convinced as some, perhaps, that nothing was around back then. There were some major, like, cataclysmic style events that kind of covered the whole planet with lava a couple times and stuff. It's really hard to say what happened before that. The baker for that specific dish is one of the beloved tenured chefs, Dane Cook. Wow. I'm so glad I've reached out to the company to say thank you for that Danish. The term antediluvian was used in natural science well into the 19th century and lingered in popular imagination despite increasingly detailed stratigraphy mapping the Earth's past. It was often used for the Pleistocene period where humans existed alongside now extinct megafauna. Did they? Did humans exist in the Pleistocene period? Like with the dinosaurs, you mean? Like you go outside and be a brontosaurus. Oh my god, look at these badass dinosaurs. Have these guys always been here? Danish cooker. So he shortens not just his first name, but his last name as well. That's pretty unusual for somebody to nickname themselves with like Air Straw. The Earth, I think, is probably pretty old. But who's really counting? Has there been anybody counting the whole time? That's the only way I'm going to be convinced of any particular answers. I need to talk to the guy who is counting from the very first day all the way till now. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Well, I get the science for measuring geologic time change. It's mostly pretty reliable. But it's just whenever when we're talking about things that happened not 2 weeks ago, not a month ago, not a year ago, not in the last 100 years, not in the last 1,000 years, not in the last 10,000 years, in the last 200 million years, like things that happened 200 million years ago, I'm naturally going to be a little bit skeptical that we ever have any kind of definitive explanation for those things, unless it's a really compelling case being made and that has some sort of mechanistic part to it where it explains something you know, like all these specific kind of sediment happened at the same time as this impact crater here, and it's speculated that that impact caused this extinction and stuff. I think that stuff's pretty reliable. But there's a lot of speculation that's kind of like, we've encountered this evidence, this is the scope of the evidence that we have, and we draw conclusions about how things were based on that evidence. Like, the timeline of human civilization is off to some extent. There's a significant site in Turkey that kind of proves definitively that humans were much more advanced earlier than contemporary archaeology tends to accept. I think there's a good case to be made that there was a fairly sophisticated pre-Younger Dryas civilization that mostly got wiped out by the flood at the end of the Younger Dryas. I think it's a pretty compelling case, really. I don't think the pyramids are over 10,000 years old. The only thing I've questioned before is I find it hard to believe that the Egyptians cut those big rocks with bronze tools. So many big rocks. And the largest of the Giza pyramids is well, put it this way. If it was completed by the Egyptians, it was not completed in the time frame that the historical record or historians seem to claim it was. That's quite a engineering feat. And I, by and large, attribute similar kinds of engineering feats to human endeavor and human ingenuity. But the biggest pyramid of Giza, that one, the idea that they could do all that with bronze tools, it seems impossible to me. And I think it's certainly conceivable that if there were a fairly advanced civilization prior to the flood at the end of the Younger Dryas period, that there could be artifacts from that civilization left over, that people lose the actual story of how it came about. I think it's possible. I think it's better to be open to that possibility than to negate that possibility just on its face. Well, what was I convinced about Trump by? I mean, I found that document giving narratives about specific victims, named specific victims, to be compelling enough evidence. I, generally speaking, think we should believe people when they report on their own victimization. But I also pointed out that I have to apply an extra level of skepticism to such information about Trump because he is such a divisive figure and blah 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 blah. So I think that you are attributing to me conviction that I didn't ever assert. This is Hawaiian Piff, by the way. Hi, Hawaiian Piff. Nice to see you. Okay, well, maybe they're right about the age of the pyramids, but if they are right about the age, and I'm not even necessarily saying that they're wrong about the age of all the pyramids, right? Nor am I necessarily saying that they're wrong about the age of any of the pyramids. But what I am saying is that if in fact it was made by Egyptians in the time period that they say, it certainly must have taken longer than they said. because they say it was built over the course of like 20 years. I find that really hard to believe given the scope of the project. It required quite an engineering feat. I think it's conceivable that they could do it with uh, a system of basically locks and water lifts and stuff. But the problem I have is grasping how they successfully cut all those big blocks with totally improper tools. How they cut them all and how they cut them all so precisely with copper tools. It's kind of crazy, you know? No way somebody actually said my name and tried to reach out. My pleasure, my friend. Well, pleased to have you here. You know, this is what we do around here is we talk to the people who chat with us. You check out Robert Schoch, a geologist who thinks the Sphinx is over 10,000 year old based on weathering patterns. Yeah, I mean, that's something that's kind of convincing. I agree. If you look into the arguments why the Sphinx is older than historians have typically said, they point to erosion data that would be consistent with floodwaters, and there's a number of other justifications for why it's likely considerably older than they've said. Is that is that enough to convincing de- convince me determinedly? No, it's not. It's just I'm not I'm not ready to afford correctness to something that is basing its correctness on precedent. The fact that people have always said that, you know, pyramids are on another level. They are on another level. I'm sure they are. I've never seen them in person, but from what I understand, they're quite large. I did see a pyramid in Mexico when I was a kid. I went to Cancun. We went out and saw some Mayan pyramids. Like Mayan pyramids, I don't particularly have a problem with understanding how they constructed theirs, in part because, um, in part because they're much more primitive in their in the engineering feat required. You know, at a delicious tube for you. Totally didn't know how dirty my name would sound after I did it. Oh, smoke the green under a tree. And we've had lots of instances of new fossils rewriting the archaeological record and pushing back the date of civilization multiple times already over the course of the last 50 years. So I think I'm just a little bit hesitant to feel super convinced by claims about of how things were a super long time ago. It seems like in archaeology there's some conclusion making that's based on we don't have evidence for another conclusion, therefore we should draw this conclusion. In reality, the story's still being told as things are uncovered more. I mean, I think there's ample reason to believe that there was some great flood that it appears in multiple cultures, mythologies and stuff. Like if you look at these these very old stories from the Welsh tribes. They reference kingdoms that were lost under the sea, and there's archaeological evidence of such places having once been above land, and that multiple kingdoms were covered by the ocean when this occurred and stuff, you know? Thoughts about the apparent hollow under earth carvings, lighter red underneath pyramids lately. Never heard about that. Carvings. No, not carvings, caverns. Apparent hollow under earth caverns, light art underneath the pyramids lately. Well, that's true. I mean, one could certainly argue that the reason most cultures have flood narratives is because there have been multiple large floods over the course of human history, tsunamis, from earthquakes, heavy rains, etc. Right? Uh, that's fine, but it's also the case that we have evidence of, say, um, larger changes or more climate change related changes as we emerge from an ice age at the end of the Younger Dryas. Like it's hypothesized with the whales shit that what happened was a part of the a part of the ocean that's now connected was previously disconnected by a glacial plug, and that as it warmed and that glacier started calving, eventually the lake behind it, the massive lake behind it, rushed through and flooded up around where Wales is and stuff, and that there was enough water in there to raise the ocean levels, I guess. So I mean, because even when they were above water, they were very near sea level. You know, like they would sometimes have parts of it inundated by particularly high tides and stuff. Anyway, so it wouldn't take a lot more water than that to cover those areas over. And in fact, the Irish Sea, even today, is at its deepest spot, like 60 meters or 60 feet deep, I guess, which isn't very deep for a stretch of ocean. The thing is, it shouldn't be any dispute that there was a big flood. It should be in common agreement that there were many big floods because even nowadays we have plenty of examples just within our immediate recorded history of like a big flood that hit Japan when there was that earthquake and it hit that reactor. I mean, I think the big smoking gun that we should be looking at is that site in Turkey that despite it fundamentally upending the current archaeological timeline by demonstrating far more advanced than Stone Age tools could possibly explain, with far more like astronomical understanding, doing the kind of you know how ancient peoples were kind of obsessed with the stars and stuff, doing that kind of stuff well before archaeologists indicate humans had the capacity to do so. Thank you, that place. I think if you want to have fully legitimate, hard to explain um, archaeological contradictions, look at Göbekli Tepe. And what happened? As soon as they started uncovering it, like Turkey came in and basically stopped all uh, digging and archaeology on it and put a bunch of like weird tourist stuff around the little bit that they had uncovered and said, no, we're not uncovering it anymore for a long ass time. Göbekli Tepe is purportedly from the Stone Age, but cannot be explained by our existing understanding of human ability during the Stone Age. It is totally inconsistent with what the Stone Age was supposed to be like, or the amount of capacity to build and understand. I mean, humans certainly built some crazy ass shit in the ancient times. Like the Great Wall of China is insane, right? It would be easy to think if you were trying to um, be like, do you think that people thousands of years ago built this great big wall by hand? You'd be like, no way, they could have done that. But obviously they did. Nobody reasonably claims that the Great Wall of China wasn't built by people. I mean, there are some crazy ass things that we couldn't we'd have a hell of a hard time figuring out how to do it today, and apparently ancient peoples did it. The thing is, it is important to remember that if you've got you know clarity of will and a lot of time and potentially a lot of manpower, people can accomplish crazy things. Like even in contemporary times, there's this place in Florida, I think it's called the Coral Castle, where this one guy like built this crazy like garden of big rock statue stuff, huge pieces of coral, and like he had this massive door thing that weighed tons, but was balanced so perfectly in the door frame that you could just push it with a touch and it would go all the way in and out. And he did all this with no power tools. He just had a crane, a lever, and like his truck or something. And people were like, "How do you do it?" And he said some magical answer like, "I learned the power of the pyramids" or something. He kept secret how he did it, but obviously, that guy can do it. Um, can move these big ass things. Granted, he had a truck. That's something. To me, those things in pyramids look like they were sandblasted, maybe. That would explain the lack of evidence of the tools required to carve them out like that. Well, how did they sandblast things? That's an even more sophisticated kind of tool than an iron saw. I can make you moderator again, Sarah. You just thinking maybe the Egyptians, they'd get in a line and they'd fill their mouths with sand and then spit it out really fast. Yeah, I don't know how they cut those things either. And what's also weird is I've seen this picture of, and I haven't, I didn't do enough research into this picture to validate that everything that I they were saying about it or whatever. But it was a big ass chunk of like rock they were used to build the pyramids that had been like cut part way through, and then they stopped cutting it. And it's inconceivable that they could have, like, it wasn't quite straight, right? It was like angled a little bit, and they'd gone through like 2/3 of the way, and then they stopped because it wasn't straight. But there's no way they would have gotten that far if they were going to stop if it wasn't straight, because it would have been obvious before then. And you know, it looked exactly like somebody cut the fucking thing with a saw and then realized they were cutting it wrong angle and stopped and tossed it aside as a failure cut or something. What could do that and not leave behind any evidence in the middle of a landmass with oceans nowhere to be found? Which thing are you talking about? I don't see what this doesn't seem to be convincing of anything. Well, this Creighton guy wants to say the pyramid was built long before, so he's just trying to discredit this Vice guy. That's all this article is saying. Do you think it's good advice to go all in on your strengths, or is it a fallacious question that suggests that improvement in said weakness is even remotely attainable? Um, well, it would still be good advice to say go all in on your strengths, because you could interpret that advice to mean assume you're not going to get better in your weaknesses, right? That's the only evidence archaeologists have for the Khufu building the pyramid, and before then there's no evidence Khufu built it. Well, regardless of evidence whether Khufu built it or not, it doesn't really matter who built it or why it was built. It matters somewhat when it was built. Khufu is one way to date it, potentially, but um, the question of when they built it and how long it took to build is not going to be determined by whether somebody's name on it or not. Hi, darling.
Hi.
What's going on? Egyptian copper tools. Dimensions 1 inch to 2.8 inches long. Uh-huh. So, are you really gonna carve out massive stone blocks with with like laser cut precision with stone tools that are 1 inch to 2.8 inches long? That's not. I don't. I just don't buy it. You know. And I think skepticism about how they made those cuts of those big rocks and with copper age technology is a very legitimate question, right? Like, I'm sorry, but you can't do that. None of us could, even if we got a shit ton of us together, all cooperating, could we successfully cut one of those big blocks with a bunch of copper hand tools? You've got to be fucking kidding me. I have read at least one Jung book, but it was a long time ago. And I do watch bushcraft videos. Yeah, they got ways to make things square. But, in bushcraft videos, they're dealing with wood. And it's not that perfectly square. Well, people tend to assume that what would have been good advice to them at a younger age is good advice to somebody else at a younger age. That's why when people ask me for advice, I always say, one piece of advice I have is that advice doesn't really generalize very well. Because people come in and say, "You're an older guy. I'm a young man. What advice do you have for a 21-year-old who never has?" And I'm wise enough to not assume that my experience, what I needed to know when I was young, would apply to you. And that it could be misleading and harmful, and conceivably. But then, I relent and I give them advice like, poo when you can, don't wait till you have to. Which I think is pretty safely generalizable advice. Listen, the problem you have is that you're not enough like me. So we're going to work together on how you can be more like me. No, no, no. You're caring about the wrong things in the wrong way. Well, we've got a diagnosis. Here are the ways in which you deviate from me. In other words, here are the ways that you were wrong and what's wrong with you. Right. Well, I mean, an ENTP's path is going to express as extroverted intuition and extroverted feeling stuff as absolute values that are conscious. Introverted intuition is main absolute value that's unconscious. And FI is the unconscious value that is an absolute value but isn't really hardly even perceived as such. It's a blind spot. Introverted thinking, being a tool function, is going to be kind of like the way in which we want to take action in the world. In other words, it's going to frame how we want to communicate and how we want to be heard, but it's not actually an absolute value. Neither is SI, but any NI, FE, and FI are absolute values. So snugly together. And that's fitting snugly together argument also disproves evolution because how would Rachel and I fit so snugly together if God didn't make us that way? I think Ian individuated through his introverted functions. Who is NI? Well, I'm not sure what you mean by individuated. He displays a lot of NI in his writing, in his work in general. Um, TI is an absolute value for him as well if he's an INFJ, which I think he is. Now, what I mean by absolute values is that we treat achievement in that area as an end in itself rather than a means to another end. So, introverted sensing for me is a means to an end. I use it to find value examples from the past to illustrate concepts that I'm explaining or whatever. It's not usually an end in itself. Same with extroverted thinking. Uh, it's not a function I'm particularly good at or enjoy at all. When I do have to use it and figure out how to do something with coordination, then I'm not going to like it. But it doesn't mean I'll never pay attention that way. It's just going to be, I need to do it that way to get to some other end that I do care about. When I say individuated, I mean his attempt to become whole with his psyche. Um, that's not really a thing exactly, I don't think. One can be ontologically comfortable or uncomfortable, but the idea that there's some level of achievement to self growth or something, or that some kind of epiphany can cause you to achieve another level or something is basically bullshit. Your parent function? I'm not sure. I don't use those terms, so I'm not sure what you are referring to with your parent function. If you're talking about your critical parent, I've heard that term used to describe the sixth slot function, but auxiliary, the tool function. Um, I mean, it's your tool function. It's what you use to accomplish work in the world. you're very competent with it and it's very comfortable. And in fact, when you're asked to work in an environment that doesn't allow you to use that function, you'll be very frustrated. Um, but to the extent that it's demanding, it's simply those are demands you can easily meet. It's just not ultimately an absolute value. So when I'm not trying to do work out in the world, like it doesn't really matter to me if things are unfair, fair, or like I'm not gonna try to correct Rachel usually if she says something that's not TI consistent because I don't really care. It's just if I'm trying to get something done with language, then I care if there's an impedance to that process because somebody else isn't using words the same way I am. Then it frustrates me. Sixth slide is the parent that hates you. Second slide is the parent that loves you. It's a good way to put it. No, tertiary is third. Inferior is fourth. Tertiary meaning thirdly, or third in an ordinated list. Oh, kitty. I guess they're not ordinated, it's just numbered. My bad. I'm sorry. I used a word wrong. Now I'm going to be ashamed of myself forever. It's the Turk one. Over the course of your life, have you found your inferior has received more attention? No, I think my relationship with my inferior has remained pretty stable, which is to say, I like to ignore it when I'm having fun, and then when I've ignored it too long, it makes it so I'm not having fun, and I have to, you know, baby myself. Yeah, it's like if I don't get enough sleep or I don't I'm a bit of a wreck. So, it's always been ignore it too long or pay too little attention to it, then have to catch up. Let's live stream together and see what happens. I mean, we could. I had a bit of a I had a bit of a bad experience last time I tried that with getting it to work. Are you live streaming from your phone? Apparently, it doesn't work if you've got one person on a laptop. Either person, I think. I don't think it's possible to do it from the laptop, from the desktop or whatever. Well, it did make me a little like, oh, everyone was right to be wary of the T of this. I assumed it was just going to work no problem because I had seen the button before on my phone. I mean, it doesn't seem to be built into the interface of YouTube Studio. I'm sure it is possible for us to live stream together, but not through Go Live Together, as far as I can tell. Hmm. Well, that's interesting. I'd need to learn more about this artifact, where they found it, how they found it. Make sure it's not some sort of modern attempt to fool people or something. But yeah, I've seen stuff like that that I've found very curious. Like, okay, that clearly wasn't done by the methods that we think are conceivable for that population of people. Poster is a very intellectual fellow. Host Eric is a very individual fellow. Poster. Host Eric got corrected to poster, huh? Well, I'm certainly not anti-intellectual. I don't I don't like the kind of reactionary response that you'll get from certain like academic communities regarding stuff that challenges the status quo explanation of things. Like with archaeology stuff, we should always be very open to evidence that's suggestive that our existing interpretation of something that happened a very long time ago might need updating. All right. I wasn't sure how much longer I really was going to be streaming for. But, I don't know. I wish you had kind of brought it up a little earlier. I don't think I'm quite ready to start that right now. I wouldn't mind chatting with Dreamsy Smokes. That doesn't qualify as a panel. I'm running out of gas and I'm towards the end of this stream arc for me. I think it would be kind of doing a disservice to him to start it up now. Do you think we're all racist to some extent? No, not in any meaningful sense of the word. Like, I think I can definitively say that I treat everybody the same. You know, I don't assume anything about you based on irrelevancies. I mean, who's saying who defines people by race? Good night, everyone, says Sarah Jones. Good night, Sarah Jones. I appreciate the links and your contributions to the assault on archaeological orthodoxy. I'm going to remove you as a moderator, though, just as a standard practice, not because you did anything to deserve that. Yeah, well, if you try again suggesting the double stream, then, I'll definitely be down in a different moment. Like, we have to identify someone by race in a crime situation. Well, I mean, we don't have to. If the cops asked me what race somebody was, I'd say, I don't know. I didn't ask them what their race was. Well, what color was their skin? It was brownish, tannish, I mean, just prompt me again on some occasion, okay? I'm unlikely to make the suggestion, but I'm likely to agree to the suggestion if you prompt it again. Not the guy with the shirt over there about 40 feet to the northeast. We're all pink in the middle. It depends how thoroughly we've been cooked. I would recommend not eating humans that are still pink in the middle. You want to make sure they're cooked all the way through. I don't know what race he was, but his skin was dark as the night itself. I'd entertain all meats to preserve my own life. Well, that would make you a good fit for the Donner Party. I mean, there are populations that, you know, inhabit certain regions that share, say, um, lactose intolerance or something like that. But even those things, there are more differences within the so called races and more similarities between them. You know, it's like you have to really you have to really cherry pick to find things that are purportedly racial genes, and it's just a it's just a nonsense term. Like I'm this race doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything because it's not operationally defined. You cannot determine somebody's race by doing conducting any kind of operation and determine its status accordingly. Therefore, it's stupid. Not all things that you can't that not all things that aren't binary are stupid. Like it is true that blue is different than orange, even though you can't really define it in an operational way that allows somebody else to determine if something's blue or not, right? I don't know, my friend. I think we should all just get along. I agree. We should all get along. What race was he? Ooh, on what day? I'm assuming his race, like mine, might change on a regular basis. Sit down and watch the movie Mac and Me, an exceptionally great film. Really? Is that like an E.T. ripoff movie or something? He was the 50-yard dash. That was his spirit race. Everybody has a spirit track and field event, just like they have a spirit animal. My spirit track and field event is the steeplechase. Mac and Me, isn't that the clip Paul Rudd keeps bringing on Conan? I don't know. I don't really know anything about the movie. I have heard of it before. Paul Rudd has S tier FE. I agree with that for sure. Using isekai language like S tier makes me want to watch some cartoons. I think I'm gonna wrap this up. We've been streaming for too long already. It's been a great stream. I've enjoyed it. I mean, it had its contentious moments, I think Rachel's mad at me. I'm not really sure why, but probably because of politics stuff. But, every time Paul Rudd has a new movie, they cut to a clip and the same stupid clip of the kid in a wheelchair falling off a cliff. You seem like an intellectual fella. Nice to what I like about you. Thanks, Dreamsy Smokes. I like you too. I think you're a wonderful guy. Anyway, time to call it a night. I mean, Paul Rudd does have great FE. It's hard to not find him likable. See you later. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. Love you all. Thanks for being here. Tomorrow is another day.